You think about Albert Pujols, at times up and down, but for the most part, he's so consistent, Al. Here he is, top 10 in most offensive categories and a chance at the Triple Crown.
Well, percentage-wise, you won't get there. It hasn't happened in the National League since 1937 and Ducky Medwick. But I wouldn't put anything past Albert Pujols. He's that good.
All right, looking forward to this one as Jeff Suppan and the Cardinals look for a sweep against the Arizona Diamondbacks. A look at our pitching matchup is coming up next. Getting the field ready for baseball this afternoon, Diamondbacks and Cardinals. A double-A pitcher will start for the Arizona Diamondbacks, and for the Cardinals, it'll be the veteran, Jeff Suppan.
Jeff Suppan must hit his spots. If he can throw the ball down and in like this, or look at Molina wants the ball up, if he can duplicate that, he's got a chance.
Cardinals and Diamondbacks coming up. We'll take a look at the top 5 moments in this series, the season series, when we come back. outside of his 2 home runs last night. Let's take a look at the top 5 moments between these two teams this year.
Left it up on the ground. Well, ground ball, base hit left field. He did jump on it. Carr runs right through the stop sign, but Holiday kicks it. Dan Herron. Another hit. Dan Herron with a 4-hit night for the first time in his major league career.
Ooh, Carpenter hit by the pitch.
Well, what happened there was that Carpenter wanted so badly to take out the middle infielder, but he really had no chance, so he didn't do it. And I'm sure Stephen Drew said, "Hey, what are you doing?"
That one is belted. Deep. Out of here. I mean, way out of here. It was 84. It stayed up and out over the plate.
It was a hanging split finger is what it was.
This could be another one for Ludwig. Deep left field. He goes deep for the second time tonight. 3-2 Cardinals. Ludwig with a pair of home runs.
Here's a shot, deep to left. Gone! It's all over. That's his 3rd career walk-off home run. And the Diamondbacks take 2 out of 3 from the Cardinals.
Barehanded, throw to third, they threw it away. One will score. Ryan to third. Wainwright winds up at second. 1-1 pitch to Schumacher. Hits it to LaRoche, who bobbles, comes to the plate. They throw it away. Here comes Wainwright. The Cardinals will win it. Arizona throws it around here in the 9th, and they throw away a win. So the Cardinals looking for a sweep here this afternoon. Baseball coming up on Fox Sports Midwest. submitted by Karen Brown of Republic, Missouri. She's the winner of our Fan of the Game photo contest. Karen wins a full air conditioning service from Dave Sinclair Automotive Group. Every week is a new contest with a new winning photo. All you have to do is head to foxsportsmidwest.com and send us your photos and have a chance to enter to win. Congratulations to Karen Brown. Beautiful day for baseball. First pitch coming up from Busch Stadium. Midwest is brought to you by Budweiser with full flavor and a crisp, clean finish. It's what we do. By Dobbs Tire and Auto Centers, #1 for quality tires and expert auto service. By Steak and Shake, life needs flavor. By Chevy's Expert Auto Service. See your Mid-America Chevy dealers or shop and compare at STLChevy.com. And by Casino Queen Hotel and Casino, home of the loosest slots. Our buddy Tony West, who works in our crew, always hustling to give you the best shots. And that was City Museum, about 4 blocks north of Scott Trade Center. And a look at A.J. Hinch's lineup here this afternoon as the Diamondbacks look to avoid a sweep. Stephen Drew, he'll see his first action. Then Rusty Ryle, who's been a pinch hitter the last couple of nights. Justin Upton, Adam LaRoche, Chris Young, Mark Reynolds, Chris Snyder, Augie Ojeda, and Barry Enright, the Sprint lineup that Jeff Suppan, our Marshall Wireless Sprint starter, will face. And Soup still looking for that first win of the year.
It's 0-3 on the year, 0-1 as a Cardinal. He's making his 6th start overall, 4th start since being acquired by the Cardinals. Each time out, he's gotten a little deeper into the game.
So here is Stephen Drew. It looks at a strike. Drew hitting .266 with 4 home runs and 28 RBIs. Al, you and I have always liked watching this guy play. Plays hard-nosed, very good defender. And at the old Busch Stadium, we saw Jose Oquendo help turn him into a professional baseball player, especially defensively.
That's right. When his brother J.D. was with the ball club, Stephen, still in high school, would work out, and Jose would take him under his wing. And he's a very fine offensive player and defensive. And the Cardinals caught a break with him missing the first couple days with a little sore knee.
Jeff Suppan pitched for Arizona back in 1998. He was with the Boston Red Sox 95 through 97.
He was taking the expansion draft, wasn't he?
He was. One of their top picks. That's taken a little bit low, and then it was off to Kansas City, Pittsburgh, Boston again. 3 very good years with the Cardinals, Milwaukee, and then back here in St. Louis. Pretty good career for Jeff Suppan. hit sharply and a base hit. That's into right center field on a 2-2 pitch. So base hit for Stephen Drew. This is located near Washington. Is that Tony West? Are those his shoes? I'm looking behind us. Tony West, yep, those are his shoes. He'll do anything to get the best shots. How about that? That's hustle.
You should have gone down head first.
Make it a little bit easier, huh?
And try and stop himself and protect the camera at the same time.
I can't believe how still the camera was. Good job by
He's
Tony.
the best.
81 degrees our game time temperature. As we approach the month of July, you'll take this every day, won't you? Beautiful.
What's gorgeous is 80 degrees when we're used to pushing triple digits.
A big crowd here once again this afternoon. Here's Ryle, who's hitting .298, 2 home runs, and he's driven in 5. Pitch that's taken up from Jeff Suppan. You mentioned that Soup was part of the expansion draft of the Arizona Diamondbacks. He was their second pick. And their top 5 picks from that year of 1997, only Soup is still around playing in the major leagues. 2 balls and no strikes. First pick was Brian Anderson. He last played in 05. Then Soup, Gabe Alvarez, last played in 2000. Jorge Fabregas with the White Sox, and then Kareem Garcia last played in 04 with the Dodgers after a few years with the Yankees. But Soup number 2 in that expansion draft. Foul tip, 2 balls and a strike.
Ryle playing today against Jeff Suppan, where Parra started the first 2 games. He's a left-handed hitter, and you kind of wonder why they went with Ryle, as righties are only batting .340 against Jeff, and left-handers are batting over .400.
A.J. Hinch, one of the youngest managers in baseball, leading the crew of Arizona, former Major League catcher. And this team off to a very slow start. And he was a guy, Al, that basically ran their farm system and player development, understood a number of these players coming up, their backgrounds and what kind of players they were. They thought he might be the perfect fit with a young team.
He had never managed at any level. Now, he is a former catcher, as you said, so they got a pretty good understanding of the game plan and the workings of a game, but he may have drafted, had been involved in their development, and a lot of people think with an off day tomorrow that if the Cardinals win this game, he will lose his managerial reign.
Here's a fly ball into right field. Nick Stavino, another start in right, makes the catch. So there's one away, and let's meet the defense here for the Cardinals with Holiday, Rasmus, and Stavinoa. Lopez, Ryan, Schumacher, and Pujols along the infield. Soup and Jason LaRue, the battery today, and that's presented by Dobbs. It's the final meeting between these 2 teams, Arizona and St. Louis. 9 games this year.
Cardinals are 5-3 against Arizona, with this one yet to play, so they've already won the series.
And we've had some good moments we've seen between these 2 teams. None better than last night, and Albert Pujols in his 2 home runs and 5 RBIs. You wonder with the sore knee of Drew at first how much running he might be available to do.
That's a good point. And Upton has been one of their top hitters since June 10th. He's hit safely in 13 of 17 games and .360.
Soup would love the double play ball, but with this combination at first and at the plate, they're very good speed. It might be tough to turn 2.
Soup is on. He'll get ground balls. So see if they try to send that runner. We'll get an indication about Drew's legs.
Not running, and Pitch is taken for a ball, 2-1. Very deep in the outfield, all three spots here for Upton. He's got 14 home runs. He's driven in 39. Look how deep they are.
Yeah, he may have some power, but you normally don't see him play this deep. They're kind of an all or nothing club. Strikeouts and home runs.
2-1 pitch. This is in.
They want Jeff to be a little more aggressive. You know, attack the strike zone. But when you lose a little confidence, you know, when you lose a little bit of your stuff, you really have a tendency to really pick. You know, you're trying to work the corners and usually pitching behind the count.
There he goes, and the pitch is taken for a ball. So runners at first and second following the walk, and it brings in LaRoche. Homered in game 1 of this series, a 2-run shot against Chris Carpenter. Tommy always working hard. He's come up with soup and Salas. It is lunchtime, a little late, but that's his idea of soup and salad. Soup and Salas.
I was hungry, but no longer.
Sometimes Tom needs these kind of things, Al, to keep him going throughout a long baseball year.
It's a good thing he had his anniversary last night.
That would be chapter 14 in Tom's book, Cutting the Game. Soup and Salas. Runners at first and second. Here for LaRoche. First pitch was a ball.
Now, I mean, Tom Mee is very talented and very smart, but did you realize what he gave his wife for their anniversary?
This could be trouble. It's slicing down that left field line, and
it's caught.
Ball.
Why is that trouble? Caught.
What was the present?
His book, Cutting the Game. That's what he gave to his wife.
He's romantic.
What a big spender.
Apparently he added also a bag of peanuts and an ice cold Budweiser. And a Hungo bobblehead, we're told.
I kind of he asked for one yesterday and told me he was going to give it to his wife, and I told him how cheap he was.
1-1 pitch. That's taken in. 2 balls and a strike.
Jane, you deserve so much more for putting up with him.
What do we deserve?
we do not deserve our wives. That's what.
LaRoche, a couple of hits in this series. He's 2 for 7. 2 balls and a strike. We're underway here in game 3. Can the Cardinals get a sweep? That has been something that has eluded them time and again this year.
Why did your wife just text me and say that's the smartest thing you've ever said?
This pitch is hit out of play. Am I going to get good Al or bad Al today?
Happy Al.
I never know where you're going with some of these conversations.
We're trying to get through with a sweep.
2-2 the count with 2 outs. Excuse me, 1 out.
Soon to be 2.
How about a double play here? Suppan working very slowly here in the first inning. That's well hit into left center.
Good jump.
Over to get it, Colby. Very good jump. He was playing LaRoche to pull, so he had a long way to go. And off a left-hander's bat, it's going to slice.
But it's all about this jump. Immediately he broke to his right, deep, and you could see him close ground as that ball hung up. And like you said, soon to be 2 outs.
Here's Chris Young, who's hitting .261. He has that combination of power and speed. 4 for 12 in his career against Soup. He's got 13 home runs. He's driven in 50.
That's the best start to his career with those 50 RBIs. They have a lot of talent here, Dan. It's a mystery as to why they are so poor. They play .500 at home, but really have had a terrible time on the road and have endured already one 14-game losing streak on the road.
On the road overall, this team is 12-30. The Cardinals at Busch Stadium right here are 25-12.
It's a very good combination for the Cardinals. How well they play at home. They lead the major leagues in their pitching staff, the ERA at home.
In the air out to center. Back is Colby with room. He's got it. Arizona will strand two. Cardinals coming up in their half of the first. Ball here at Busch Stadium in St. Louis. No score after a half inning of play, and the Cardinals coming up. And here's how it reads for Tony La Russa. Skip Schumacher, your second baseman today. Felipe Lopez, then Albert Pujols, Matt Holliday, Colby Rasmus, Nick Stabenoa, Jason LaRue, Jeff Suppan batting eighth, Brendan Ryan, the ninth place hitter. Barry Enright this season at Mobile, Alabama. AA affiliate. He was 4-1 with a 2.88 ERA. 34 runs allowed in 93 2/3 innings. 83 strikeouts to just 15 walks.
Has pretty good command, and we understand a pretty good changeup. Doesn't throw particularly hard. There's an 88-mile-an-hour fastball. We're told he may not break a 90. But we've seen guys make their major league debut and have given the Cardinals fits.
To make room, the Diamondbacks optioned right-handed pitcher Carlos Rosa to AAA Reno. Enright is 24 and making his major league debut this afternoon.
And this is the second pitcher we've seen from Arizona that attended the University of Pepperdine. Danny Herron. That's his alma mater.
2-1 pitch. Liner and caught by LaRoche. So he gets his first out recorded in the big leagues. Ryle, Young, Upton in the outfield. Reynolds, Drew, Ojeda, and LaRoche along the infield. And the battery today, Enright and Snyder. Diamondbacks defense is presented by Dobbs.
Enright can relax now. Butterflies, I don't care how old you are, whether you're making 400 start or your first start. You hope you have some butterflies when you first take the mound, and then you settle in and realize that, hey, it's It's the same game, just to add another tier of stadium.
Felipe 4 for 5 last night in game 2. Some thunder in this lineup today for the Cardinals. When you talk about Pujols, Holiday, Rasmus, Stavinoa, that's not a good combination for Arizona. The Diamondbacks have allowed a National League high 44 home runs since May 20th.
There's that changeup.
So he gets his first strikeout. 2 up, 2 down. Time for a text poll. Which 1-2 ace combo was the best in the early 2000s? Schilling, Johnson, Maddox, Glavine, Clemens, Pettit. Text combo A, B, or C to 432-432. I will go with Schilling, Johnson, simply for the fact that those two helped win Arizona World Series, it seemed like, single-handedly against the Yankees.
You couldn't really argue with any of those combos, but power pitchers versus, the finesses of Maddox and Glavine. I agree with you. I'd go with the Diamondbacks combo that won that World Championship over the Yankees.
Pujols is 4 for 8 in this series, 5 RBIs last night alone. Albert with a base hit out to left, and he seems to be locked in. What was interesting about last night, the 5 RBI game, it was the 17th 5 RBI game of his career, which already extends the all-time record that he holds. He set that last August, and the previous record was 15 by Jim Bottomley.
Just that sweet swing. Remember, we showed a little 345, 330 action yesterday where he was trying to perfect that swing. Early batting practice. Wasn't happy with the early part of the series in Kansas City, or the road trip, but he looks like he's on a tear again. Can't hold him down for long, can you?
Not at all. And of course, he tied Stan the Man with 37 multi-home run games last night. Here's Holiday, who is 2 for 6 with a double in the series and batting .302 overall. Of course, Stan Musial, close to 500 home runs in his career. 475.
Yep.
And you always hear about the average in home and road, what he did. Basically the same with the hits. And you don't mention him much in the power category, but 475 home runs. This is a shot out to right center. That'll get down. To the wall it goes. Pujols will score. Holiday digging for third. In there with a triple. 1-0 Cardinals. RBI 38 for Matt Holiday.
38 and 16 this month. He's batted over 300. He's got 6 home runs. Here he gets a triple right up against the right center field wall. And now he turns it on, realizing he's going to get that extra base and go from a double to a triple. Albert, obsessed with scoring, he'll circle the bases and give his teammates a 1-0 lead. Now, there's another great stat. When Albert scores 3 runs with this, you can't stop the Cardinals.
And the Cardinals, Major League best, 30-6 when they score first this year, just ahead of the Yankees at 30-7.
Albert scored 3 times last night, and the Cardinals are undefeated, 54-0 when Albert Pujols scores 3 runs or more in a game. They're 31-6 in his multi-home run games.
By the way, Matt Holiday vaulted into 5th place among outfielders for the All-Star game. Chance to vote up until tonight to get him in. Also, Yadier Molina secure his spot We know Pujols is headed there. Head to Cardinals.com and you can vote up to 25 times at Cardinals.com.
I want you to vote for all the Cardinals. Those guys have a chance. Holiday has a chance for the late spurt.
Second strikeout for the righty making his debut. But a 2-out triple by Matt Holliday scores Pujols, and it's 1-0. Nothing St. Louis on a gorgeous afternoon here in the Gateway City. Jeff Suppan back with St. Louis, his second stint with the Redbirds. Gateway Arch. Toyota keys to the game this season. 31 innings and an 0-2 record with Milwaukee. With the Cardinals 13 2/3 and the ERA about 4 runs better. Toyota keys to the game. And who could forget what Suppan did 2006 NLCS when he had a .60 ERA, 15 innings pitched, en route to the NLCS MVP. Base hit out to left. So Mark Reynolds is aboard to start the top of the second.
Soup's going to give up his fair share of hits, but just has to stay out of the middle of the plate. He has to keep the ball down primarily, change speeds, and he's definitely going to utilize his defense.
Soup had made 2 starts for Milwaukee before being assigned to their bullpen, and that accounted for his last 13 appearances. Gained a newfound respect, he said, for guys in the bullpen.
Was good when he was facing the Cardinals before the trade to the Redbirds and after.
Of course, he pitched for Arizona back in 1998. This pitch is popped up. LaRue will give it a look. It's into the green seats, about 4 rows back. 1 ball, 1 strike. One ball, 1 strike. First ever game for the Diamondbacks as a Major League franchise. They faced the Rockies, and Darryl Kyle made that start. Very tough go for Darryl in Colorado, but then getting out of that thin air, rediscovered his breaking ball and rediscovered winning ways here in St. Louis.
Didn't get a chance to really know him as well as we liked, but what a great guy he was. And Tony's always talking about great teammate.
Not just here, but with the Rockies and of course in Houston. There's an award that honors the late Darryl Kyle Award, given to the outstanding teammate performer for the Cardinals every year. And Houston has done that as well. In the Cardinal bullpen, of course, you have the DK57, also the JH32 for Josh Hancock.
Starting tomorrow, we're going to see Jim Edmonds and the Brewers come in for a 4-game series. Jimmy has that tattooed, both those initials tattooed on his wrist.
1-0 pitch. Excuse me, now 2-2.
You know, Jimmy celebrated his 40th birthday earlier this week.
I did. Is he still enjoying it? I know you talk to him every once in a while, but I'm sure he would enjoy it if his team was winning a little bit more, but you have to wonder if he still enjoys coming to the ballpark at the age of 40.
I think he does, but
up the middle and a base hit. Ryan was playing towards the hole. Back-to-back singles. Well, this is the first time that Jeff Suppan ever faced the Cardinals. 1998. McGuire with a long home run. He allowed 5 earned runs in 6 innings, including 2 of Mark McGuire's 3 on the day. That home run was similar to 62.
Yeah, that's just one panel over, but just eking over the wall.
First 2 have reached. No balls and a strike. Nobody out here in the top of the second. Good block there by Jason LaRue. LaRue is always working out before ball games around 3 or 4 o'clock in the afternoon with Chris Carpenter. And those two have kept themselves in fantastic shape. So when LaRue's called upon, he's ready to roll.
Carpenter had a side session today, and maybe Jim will know more, but all indications are I think he's now going to make that start on Saturday. He is listed. And by the way, so is Blake Hawksworth, listed for tomorrow. It's in ink.
1 ball, 1 strike on Augie Ojeda. Popped up right side. Shallow right field. Who wants it? Schumacher makes the catch. Fair territory, and there's 1 out.
Much easier play for the second baseman.
Don't forget, we have our kids clinics throughout the area here in St. Louis. They are coming to Manchester on July 13th and 15th. Boys and girls ages 7 to 13 can learn baseball fundamentals from former Cardinal greats. If you'd like to find out more, visit us online at cardinals.com or 314-345-9891.
Bo Porter talking to Enright, will be making his first plate appearance. LaRue went out to talk to Suppan. Enright was a .280 hitter at Double-A. Did have a home run and 6 doubles. Cardinals were anticipating the bunt. They're both pinching in at the corners.
And he was swinging away at the first pitch.
Well, maybe because Danny Herron's a good hitter from Pepperdine. Maybe they think Barry can do the same.
Barry Enright. You mentioned this offense at times has been all or nothing for the Arizona Diamondbacks and their hitting coach and bench coach, Kirk Gibson, with the pinch hit game-winning 2-run homer off of Dennis Eckersley. Sorry, Tony. 1988.
See, dragged his bad leg around the field.
One of the most famous home runs in baseball history.
And a great Jack Buck call.
Here's a 1-1 pitch. Chopped just foul over the bag, but then wound up foul. And Kirk Gibson, many people here in St. Louis may not realize this, but he was drafted by the St. Louis Cardinals in football as well. He was an outstanding two-sport athlete, All-American at Michigan State. He was wide receiver, outfielder in both sports. Eventually went with baseball, 12th overall pick in baseball by Detroit in 1978.
Hard-nosed player, played the game the right way. And
little chopper that gets past Lopez and out to left. Could have been two. Instead, Arizona ties it up 1-1. Tough hop over there for Felipe, but it's an error. E5 on the play.
that real in-between hop, and had very good game defensively and offensively for Lopez. And he backed up on that ball. We talked a little bit yesterday how it's always better to be aggressive. Then you kind of pick your hops. But when you back up, then you're at the mercy at the hop that you're going to get. And that ball eludes him. It's an error. And we have a tie score. Played well over there. Jose Urquindo says he's adequate at third base. He's much better at either shortstop or second. And Felipe was very philosophical and said, hey, it's still ground balls. So, and as I said, he played well last night, but here one gets by him.
1 out, 2 runners on. Top of this lineup, slowly hit by Drew. LaRue pounces on it, throws to first. Runners advance to second and third, and there's 2 outs.
Nice job by Suppan there, as he knew his responsibilities with his catcher out in front of the plate, that he guarded the plate in case that runner, Snyder, wanted to come around, and just by being there, it stops a runner.
There's Rusty Ryle. Got his first experience in the major leagues last year. Appeared in 30 games for the D-back. Major League club. First time up, flied out to right. Average at .294. He was a AAA All-Star last year. Hit .271 in the big leagues.
I've seen him mostly as a pinch hitter.
Hit to short. Brendan Ryan up with it. Makes the play. Arizona will strand 2, but they tie it up. 1-1. It's Stabanoa, LaRue, and Soup coming up. We take a look now at our This Date in Baseball History, presented by Schnucks. Take you back to last year. Albert Pujols would take Randy Johnson twice. Last time the Cardinals would ever see the future Hall of Famer. And Al, you might remember when he walked off the mound, our great fans and their understanding of history and great players, great pitchers, gave Randy Johnson, opposing player, a standing ovation that night.
Well, these fans never surprise you, and they do know what they're witnessing. They do appreciate great plays, spectacular plays, even from the visiting team. And that's why I think in many cases they are so valuable in wanting other players to come play for the Cardinals.
Memorable first inning for Enright in facing both Pujols and Holiday. Major League debuts. This isn't necessarily the first batter that they saw, but maybe some of the stars that were in that game.
Well, I know Carpenter's first batter he faced was Paul Molitor, and he struck him out on a 3-2 changeup. The future Hall of Famer thought that was, wait a minute, you're a big guy like this, and here you're throwing a changeup. Your first batter in the big leagues, don't you want to show me you can blow the ball by me? And I'm sure Carpenter said, no, I want to get you out. And he did it with a changeup.
And that pitch is taken inside by Nick Stavanoa, underway here in the bottom of the second.
And Molitor glared at him. Very upset.
Did he really?
Oh, yes.
Did you talk to Paul about this or Carp?
Tom Mee.
Tom Mee was there, okay. 1 ball, 1 strike.
And Carp glared right back at him. You know, don't play that game.
This is the 4th rookie the Cardinals have faced this year. Seen Mike Leake, Sam LeCure, and Carlos Monasterios of the Dodgers. And 2 of the 3 pitchers actually picked up wins. Mike Leake went 6 innings. Monasterios went 6 innings, gave up 3 earned runs. Cardinals beat LeCure. It's back on June 2nd. Cardinals this year have had 5 debuts. We had a whole bunch a year ago. Here's LaRue. So Leake was back on May 15th. Sam LeCure, 5 1/3, and Monasterios, who was really impressive in that game at Dodger Stadium, June 7th. Sweep of the Los Angeles Dodgers over the Cardinals. We've talked about it so much, how video is a part of the game, and just trying to have a little bit of a history on these guys. Little tape on this right-hander.
Obviously, it can't be too much.
And nothing replaces live action, does it?
And this is what McGuire, you know, has. One of the things that's been tough for him is he finds the players today so dependent on video that in many ways they just don't trust their own eyes, and they can't make in-game adjustments. The guy doesn't have video, or they don't pitch according to the game plan.
Time is running out, and in particular for Matt Holliday, Yadier Molina, Albert Pujols has more than doubled his lead at first base, but we're talking about potential all-stars. You can vote right now. It will end Thursday, July 1st at 11:59 p.m. Eastern. Cast your ballot right now at Cardinals.com. You can vote up to 25 times for your favorite player. Here's Soup. That magical run of 2006. Suppan would hit a home run in postseason play. Check on LaRue. Try to keep him a little bit closer with Suppan bunting here, if indeed he is bunting.
You would assume he's going to bunt. He's showing bunt.
One ball, 1 strike, 1 out, runner at first in a 1-1 game. Takes a pitch, low and away, 2-1. Cincinnati has come back in their ball game. They were trailing 3-1. It's now in the top of the ninth, and that was late in that game. At last check, they were down 3-1. Now they have taken the lead over the Phillies 4-3.
I saw it 3-2 in the 8th inning. Last night it was Lidge that gave up a multiple-run home run to tie that game.
That's a foul ball. And that's a Phillies team that's missing Polanco, who's out with a sore elbow. Chase Utley placed on the 15-day disabled list with a thumb injury. Jason Hayward is out with a thumb injury. Victor Martinez with a thumb injury. And we know about the significance of a thumb injury. We had Mike Matheny in the booth last night. He talked about it. Of course, he had that knifing incident.
Well, just keep on talking. It doesn't sound right.
He's injured his thumb. The hunting
knife that his wife gave him for a present, and taking it out of the sheath, examining it, putting it back in, pushed it right into his thumb.
So either way, it hurts. During our game, you can interact with our Fox Sports Midwest announcers, Cardinals experts, and other fans in our live chat at foxsportsmidwest.com. Our Cardinals live chat. Join us now at foxsportsmidwest.com. Remember, the Cardinals felt that if Matheny would have been behind the plate, maybe, just maybe, Ricky Ankiel would not have had the issues that he had in that postseason, and then who knows what happens after that. There's a line shot into right center, but it hangs up there to be caught. Brendan flies out, and it's 1-1 after 2. Cardinals baseball on Fox Sports Midwest is brought to you by Kia Motors. To learn more, visit kia.com. And by Jack in the Box right now. Get Jack's really big chicken sandwich combo served with curly fries and a drink for only $3.99 plus tax at participating restaurants. Al is ready. Could be part of the cat fight. Jim and Al racing. Are you in?
The cat fight is just a little quiz show, Dan. There's no physical activity.
I'm trying to branch out.
All right.
Al, are you up for it?
I'm ready.
There's a base hit into the corner for Justin Upton. So once again, the leadoff man has reached against Jeff Suppan in the first, the second, and the third.
Upton with that good speed rifles it down into the corner, and you know it's going to be extra bases. A lot tougher to keep them from scoring when they start out with an extra base hit.
And it brings in LaRoche, thinking from this side of the plate, drive him in. He's your cleanup man, or at least pull the ball and advance the runner to third.
And the first time up, he hit that line drive out in the left center that Kobe got the good jump, tracked it down. Brendan sneaking in behind Upton. And as a pitcher, it's a no-no if you throw that pitch with your shortstop or second baseman out of position. So he did the right thing, stepped off.
There's a lot to get to here with Jim Hayes. You had GM John Mozeliak on the pregame show. He was your guest, and a number of issues to talk about. But let's start with this. How about Brad Penny and where he is at this point trying to come back?
Still pain-free, according to John Mozeliak, and that's the best news of all. Brad will throw off the mound again tomorrow. John Mozeliak said if all goes well in that session, then they'll think about live BP and then a rehab assignment. And if all goes according to plan, the way it's planned right now, Brad Penny is back in the rotation after the All-Star break, which would be a huge, huge boost for the Cardinals.
And I would assume they're hoping at some point to get Loesch back, so then that would make an impact on what you might do with trades.
Well, it's all up in the air, according to John Mozeliak. They watch those two spots in the rotation very carefully. If something goes awry, if there's a hiccup with those two guys' recovery, they will look outside the organization for starting pitching. I asked him, if those guys are on track to come back, does that mean you don't feel like starting pitching's an issue? And he said, that's probably the way we're going to look at it. I said, then what's on your wish list in terms of beating the trade deadline or making some kind of deal? And he said, it's a difficult situation, but he did say possibly bullpen.
And a swing and a miss by LaRoche as Suppan took something off that pitch.
They're always looking to improve, but you do have to think of the consequences. And we'll say that Mr. DeWitt has been very good when, because of the fans coming through the turnstiles, that when there is a need, they will go out, but usually they always like to save some money in reserve. So if there's a player that can get you over the hump, you know, they'll go out and make those deals.
Well, let me ask you, Al, at this point, if you're a GM with the Cardinals, if you're someone in charge aside from just one of the voices of the Cardinals, and you have these two guys hurt and you have to wait it out, are you interested in going ahead and being aggressive and making a move now just in case, or do you just have to wait it out in terms of starting rotation?
I think you have to wait it out. You know, I mean, you're always trying to. Many times trades take days, if not weeks, to develop. So you're making a game plan. One, if both of them are healthy, if one of them's healthy, or neither one of them come back. So you're always out there looking.
This is hit out to right. Stavanoa over to make the catch. Upton will tag up from second to third.
But we also know, too, you don't want to appear that you're desperate and put another GM in a more favorable position that he can raid your farm system or raid even your major league talent.
I think the Cardinals are very good at not tipping their hand.
Well, I'm sure John Mozeliak will appreciate that coming from you.
Another shot uncalled for, Dan. Don't you think they're very good at not? The Cardinals seem to be the most dangerous when you don't see the move coming.
Well, go back to last year. DeRosa, Holiday, both.
And again, no hand tipping, Al.
One out and a runner at third. Al, have you decided to make at least a guest appearance on the cat fight?
No.
Hand out the prizes and be a judge?
No, I just have not gotten to that level yet.
Jim's trying to get former players, and you would seem to fit in perfectly.
First of all, I'm not sure he knew that I used to play.
No, you've told me a lot. Plus, I saw those pictures. I remember you. I'm an old guy, too. Come on, Al.
Just look so much younger than I.
This is just a carryover from our drive home from Kansas City.
when he proved to me that he could sing better than you, but neither one of them am I going to pay one dime for a concert ticket.
Well, that's your opinion, Al.
That could be our next poll question.
I'll pass. Two balls and a strike here on Chris Young. And Young pops it up behind home plate and out of play.
There is a similar battle going on within the Cardinal clubhouse.
Which
Give
is
you a little peek behind the curtain. Two Cardinal players vying for the position of best singer in the clubhouse.
Now this is news. Who?
David Freese and Mitchell Boggs both think they can sing, and Nick Stavanoa is trying to push them to have this contest in a karaoke establishment.
Here's a 2-2 pitch on the outside corner. Good pitch by Suppan. Brings in Mark Reynolds. Comparison between these two that have the same amount of home runs. But look at the difference with Pujols in average on-base percentage and the lack of strikeouts for Pujols at 41 as opposed to 107 for Reynolds. Al, we've talked about it a lot in this series. In many ways, he's all or nothing.
You know, Alberts is striking out more this year than normal. And you see the 41 total, but one thing you know is a given that Reynolds, if he stays healthy, he'll be over 200 strikeouts again this year for the third year in a row.
Singled, scored the only run for Arizona back in the second inning. Hammers that pitch, but foul.
And when Reynolds gets a little testy when you talk about his strikeouts, you can live with it a little better because of his production. But we talked about the other day, what would he hit if he struck out 100 less times? I mean, just had a chance to put the ball in play.
Certainly a disappointing at bat for Young and the Diamondbacks. Took a called third strike with a runner at third and one out. This has popped up. Who wants it? Brendan Ryan. And he may have got that on the bare hand. Talk about Chris Carpenter when we return. Official beer of the first inning. Let's check out the crowd through the first inning fan cam and see who's enjoying the game. Budweiser, it's what we do. It's the Budweiser first inning, along with Jim Hayes, Al Rabowski. I'm Dan McLaughlin. Let's go back to the catch here. As Brendan actually looked away for just a second to see if somebody was going to take it, and then at the last second he had to take it. And then he started to shake his right hand.
I don't know if that just nicked one of his fingers or something, but you were absolutely right. It was behind second base for as long as it was ultimately caught, but it looked like it could have been a little better communication between second base and our center fielder, who was very content to allow the infielders to backpedal on that ball.
1-1 game here in the bottom of the third, and Jim, we were wondering about the pitching staff, and in particular Chris Carpenter, who at game 1 of this series took a line drive from Kelly Johnson off the forearm, stayed in the game, pitched deep into the game, but there were some questions as to whether or not he would make his next start.
Well, the questions arise from this nasty welt that he had on his forearm. He said after the game he was fine. He did throw a normal side session today and said he felt fine afterwards, and the Cardinals believe at this point he's on track to get his next start. That would be good news for him.
Well, the concern was late in that ball game he had trouble throwing the curveball because of the swelling and discomfort. And you know what a big pitch that was, and then it affected his cutter a little bit. Remember, he gave up a home run on a changeup and a fastball.
I think the Cardinals have heard enough about forearms and starting pitchers too.
Well, that's a good point.
You know, they want to be careful after what took place with Loesch.
Hey Jim, you know, you go back to trades. What happens a lot of times with the ball club, all the players want the GM to make a trade, but then all of a sudden it might involve a big league player. You know, you're always assuming you're going to give up prospects to get something, but then all of a sudden you make a trade. It might involve one of your best friends. You go, wait a minute, I don't want that trade if it involves my buddy.
I've always found that there have been two schools of thought among the players. Some players have this attitude like, we're good enough to win. Many of them feel if they're close, an upgrade would help their chances. But there are some guys that are like, I think we're fine.
But put it this way, and Cincinnati did hold on and they won that ball game 4-3. I maintain that with all the problems this club's had with their inconsistency of the offense, with the fact defensively it's not as good a club as we've seen in past, and with two of your starting pitchers out, it still is the team to beat, and Cincinnati can't pull away from them.
Schumacher, good at bat, base hit into center. He's 1 for 2 in the leadoff spot today. The Build-A-Bear Workshop Day at Busch Stadium is coming up Sunday, August 1st. Fans ages 12 and under receive a Build-A-Bear outfitted in that 1985 Cardinals replica jersey. For tickets, call 345-9000. And that is the 1985 celebration weekend. Vince Coleman bobblehead on Friday night. Whitey Herzog bobblehead on Saturday. And the Build-A-Bear Workshop on Sunday.
You get Brad Penny back to where he was earlier in the season. Schumacher starting to hit, Holiday's hitting. To me, that really changes the complexion of what you need to do for the stretch run.
Well, we showed you a graphic the other day that, you know, since Penny had been out, now it's a couple games removed from showing that, but the Cardinals roughly were around 500 since that injury.
I think you can almost say, I think they were 500 at that time and basically have played at the 500 level.
But when you could throw a consistent 5 guys every day and include Carpenter, Wainwright, Garcia, Penny, Loesch, it's pretty formidable in any series you go into.
Now, the one thing I've always admired Tony La Russa and his staff is they worry about what they have, not what they don't have.
Lowe also said with the Loesch surgery, it's sort of uncharted territory in that they're not exactly sure what the exact process should be for Loesch, except Mo said Loesch wants to go and do more, and they're at a point where they feel confident to let him go. So he might be closer than we think.
No balls and a strike here on Felipe Lopez. Schumacher's getting a good secondary lead.
To be honest, this team is good enough to win with what they have right now. And I say that with a little bit of disclaimer because I do believe that Loesch and Penny are coming back, and hopefully sooner than later.
Well, those guys healthy and Holiday swinging the bat the way he should really does make it a different team.
Yes.
And also a healthy David Freese, too.
Sure.
Forget about what he's done.
And you'd like to think that David will be healthy when he finally lets that ankle have this rest, and tried to play on it for about 3 weeks and wasn't improving.
Since he hurt the ankle, which was against the Milwaukee Brewers a few weeks ago, before we went to Los Angeles, that time since then he's hit 220.
Right.
And it just shows you that that ankle wasn't quite right.
Yeah, a lot more strikeouts and just the foundation. The lower part of your body and an ankle is what's supporting you. It was out of kilter.
Freese reported the healing process really escalated just from his appearance on the pregame show yesterday. There is apparently some sort of cathartic thing that happens.
No, it didn't, Jim.
Yeah.
No, I made that up, Dan.
Dan, I was trying to think of something clever to say, but I think you said it best.
Just the tone and a simple no.
No.
No, Jim. Here's a 2-1 pitch. 3-1 on Lopez.
If it was a cat fight, maybe.
Now, I'd be into that. I'd like to hear all about that. You know who loves the cat fight is our crew.
Yeah, oh yeah.
The guys really get into it.
Hey, you want to explain again how these very knowledgeable fans that come here and how they freeze up just
today,
in your presence?
Today, the contestants were on point. There was only one question answered incorrectly.
You can be honest here, Jim, one of your favorite sayings.
Honesty is a good policy, Dan.
Very good.
Do you ever maybe slip an answer to somebody just to move the thing along?
No.
Because it does get a little awkward at times.
No. I do every once in a while take the card on which the questions and answers are printed, maybe flash it a little bit to the contestants, give them a little help. Yeah, sometimes that doesn't even help.
The question that the one contestant got wrong today was his name.
Is that right?
Yeah. That's how tough those questions are, too.
That's not accurate.
Felipe hits it out to center. And going back to make the catch, Chris Young. Schumacher back to first, and there's one away.
Mike Matheny was the celebrity lifeline, and he was outstanding. Of course, half the questions, the answer was Mike Matheny. Not that difficult for him.
How do you choose the contestants? If somebody is listening to this right now, how do they, wind up on the cat fight?
You show up on Tuesday when we traditionally do the cat fight. Today we did it on Wednesday, but usually it's Tuesday home games. You show up and say, I'd like to be on it.
You get a real good chance.
Pretty much, you're in.
One out and a runner at first.
Great prizes up for grabs, cooking utensils, some Fox mugs, and a book.
What's the name of the book?
I can't remember. Oh, Cutting the Game. I'm sorry.
It's a consolation prize. Here's some lovely reading material.
It comes in handy because the tripod for one of the cameras was a little off balance, and it lodged in there nicely to balance it out.
Aggie is a big fan of the book. She understands our television production now.
1 ball, 1 strike. Pujols singled and scored first time up.
If anybody's looking for an anniversary present, where can they get that book?
It's very nice of Tom to do that. That's pulled foul. Aggie Sirianni is right now working very, very hard, and apparently we're not paying her enough because that's the same outfit that we showed her in last week and the week before, and I think that's even the same flowers that were up from last year.
Can we freshen up that video, please?
We could do it because we'd always get Aggie's smiling face, but Joey says, can you show me in some other clothes? She is the nicest and sweetest lady here at the ballpark.
1 ball and 2 strikes. Ooh, good pitch.
See Snyder really complimenting his pitcher, telling him that was a good pitch.
Well, she's one of the first people you see at the ballpark, and fans are in a hurry to get to one spot or another, or get their tickets, or find out about a giveaway, and she is calm. Everything's done with a smile. Everyone's calm when they leave. 2-2. 3-2.
The stadium personnel, the staff that works here at Busch, to me, are so friendly. They're the best advertisement that a ball club can have. Someone like Aggie's at the forefront.
You know what? We do talk to the ushers. You know, on occasion, at least once a year, Dan and I will go talk to them, and that's one of the things we tell them.
I mean, if you see them as you're going down in the elevator, you only talk to them once a year. They'll say, hi, Alan.
No, we talk to their meeting.
Gotcha.
Tough play here for Reynolds. Safe at first. He came off the bag. LaRoche may have been trying to sell it and also get rid of the ball quickly, and in doing so, he was off the bag.
He wasn't even close to the bag.
Well, he sure is arguing for somebody that was off the bag, and his manager's going to come in here and take up the battle, as he's letting Jeff Kellogg have a piece of this.
Take a look here.
Oh boy, that I think that's a little bit. He's there.
Oh, I think he's off the bag.
He's off the bag, I think. Ever so slightly.
Not as much as I thought, but he's off.
We've seen a lot of guys cheat a little bit there.
See it an awful lot.
There wasn't a close play at all there.
He's off.
Well, yeah, he is off, but I mean, it's.
As you said, Al, though, we get, every game you could see a play like that, and the flexibility that is given to a first baseman on that type of play.
I do think the way LaRoche pulled his foot away so quickly, it made it look like he was further off the bag than he actually was.
And Enright, after the argument, A.J. Hinch continues to throw just to stay loose. LaRoche, by the way, gets an error on that play.
Can't give it to the third baseman. Threw the ball chest high.
Yep. So here's Holiday, who has a triple today.
Would have been something they pick off the runner, throw behind, and get Schumacher thrown out at second base, but Albert safe.
So let's see how this rookie responds with one out, 2 runners on for Matt Holliday. Holliday, a triple into right center, first time up to score Pujols from first. That made it 1-0, and then Arizona tied it up.
And Dan, I guess in fairness to these umpires, with all the scrutiny they're under, well, they got to get the play right. Somebody's going to criticize them.
Good point.
If, it really doesn't change.
Down a left field line.
Wow.
That's a great point. I mean, these guys are under tremendous scrutiny because just about every game is on television with numerous replays, numerous angles.
And it was, it wasn't a bang play, so I guess in the effort to try and pick off Schumacher as he rounded the bag, throw behind him, felt it was necessary to come off the bag a bit early.
1 ball, 1 strike. 2 on here in the bottom of the third. Taken high, 2-1. Jim mentioned it earlier, the difference, the look of this team when Matt Holliday is hitting. You get he along with Pujols together in the middle of the lineup, completely different looking team.
Tony's made the point that it's just not fair for young players like Freese or Rasmus to hit in that cleanup spot. They eventually can earn Both of them have done a great job, but really you just have to have Albert and Holiday and Ludwig, guys like that, the veteran guys, do their job and just let the rookies or second-year guys relax and just whatever they contribute, you know, they're doing their job. Don't put too much pressure on them.
Holiday hits it down the left field line. And a foul ball.
Mike Mee is a teammate of Enright's. Tom Mee. It's almost becoming the Tom Mee show, but Tom Mee, our outstanding director, his son played with this starting pitcher, making his major league debut. We were told in the scouting report he won't touch 90, and we've seen him get up to 92.
And the catcher wants to visit with Enright. Chris Snyder.
And we haven't seen as many changeups as we thought we would.
Three balls, 2 strikes on Holiday. Runners go. Swing and a miss. Strikeout of Holiday. Stolen bases, though, at second and third. Pujols and Schumacher. Number 3 for Schumacher, number 8 for Pujols. Let's go pitch by pitch, presented by Chevrolet.
Fastball up in the zone, ball 1, comes back in there inside, fouled off. Back out away. There's a little breaking ball. Comes inside again, pulls it foul. Then there's swing and miss, and Snyder drops the ball on the double steal.
4th strikeout for Enright. Here's Colby. Colby is at 16 home runs. And a high fly ball popped up on the infield. Aggie was in red, and she realized we were going to put her back on the air. Quickly changed, just like that. Back to answering the phone.
We're almost there, honey.
That's amazing how Aggie knew that we might go back with our cameras down there, and she changed again. That's incredible. And she felt it might cool off a little bit here in late months of June, so why not just get a full sweater on? Yeah.
Sure.
Well, she's always thinking. Here is Chris Snyder. That's past Lopez. He played it to the side. And the ball will find you, won't it, Al?
I mean, he played well last night. And they're going to give a base hit. But obviously, the hot corner was a bit much on this play, as Lopez wanted no part of it.
That Aggie is impressive, though, how quickly she can move.
I've always considered it to be very impressive without the joking about, she's recovering from knee surgery also.
That's what makes it even more impressive, that she's able to get around that quickly. I'm telling you, the nicest person at the ballpark.
I second it. Ditto.
We got to get her some flowers or something, Al. Let's bring those tomorrow.
You got it. You know, this is emergency personnel day here at the ballpark.
I did not. In the air to right, Stavano up, and he can't come up with it. Forced on its second, and it is in time. Ryan is there. I think he may have tagged him. Heads up play by Stavanoa to stay with it.
Ball was sinking on Stavanoa and tried to give a great effort, but I don't know if he ever did catch it. I really didn't. He was in the webbing, couldn't hold on to it. The ball comes out of his glove. Watch right here. Just barely has it out there in the webbing, and then he loses. But look at how quickly he recovers, throws here, and it was a tag play. As a little bit up in front was Ryan, so he couldn't get the force play, so he tags. And he gets a nice job, so take the base hit away from Ojeda.
Played first. Enright was not bunting this spot back in the second inning. Wound up being an error, and that was with 2 runners on. Wound up being an error on the third baseman Felipe Lopez. Soup needs a double play here.
A nice note from Jason Lee, who is a reserve deputy with the Greene County Sheriff's Office. He wanted us to say hello and congratulations to his mother, Kathy Lee. She'll appreciate that bunt. Kathy Lee resides in Republic, Missouri, doing a great job recovering from a little bout with the Big C, and so big Cardinal fan, and so hello, Kathy Lee.
And on Friday, we'll recognize American troops overseas. We always really look forward to this. It's called This One's For You. It's a special Cardinals telecast. If you're coming down to the ballpark, we'll be televising back to the troops in Afghanistan. And we hope that you bring signs of encouragement, appreciation, and thanking our troops overseas. Remember, Jeff Suppan had the seats that he bought for troops. They'd come home and he had 4 seats for every game for the troops and their families.
That's great. Can't thank the men and women of the armed forces. And it's a little bit different from back in the days when I was in the National Guard. Those National Guard troops now are on the front lines, and anytime more than one deployment.
Soup is also very much involved with Wounded Warriors, that program.
And the Intrepid Fund.
Runner at second for Stephen Drew. 1-1 game. And a fly ball out to left, and Holiday is there. Midway through 4. Tied up 1-1. Most 20-plus game winners. That was the year of the most recent expansion AT&T trivia question, and it was Arizona and Boston tied at 5. Schilling and Johnson, Pedro Martinez. It's 1-1 game here in the bottom of the 4th. Brandon Webb, the former Cy Young Award winner, they're hoping at some point he'll pitch again for the Diamondbacks.
He's been on the mound a few times since we left there, and apparently making some progress, but when I did see him throw one time in Arizona, it didn't seem like he was very fluid.
Trying to change his arm angle again. But for a guy that throws a sinker, he's got to get on top of the ball.
Yeah, it sounds easy. Oh, we'll just change his arm angle, but because of where he threw the ball from, he had one of the best sinkers in all of baseball, and we have that same downward movement if you change the angle.
It's a heads-up play by Stavanoa. Didn't come up with a catch in right, but then threw a bullet into second and got the lead man for an out. Always talk about the torque on the elbow and the shoulder. Just the other day, Joel Zamaya broke his elbow, fractured it, and seeing that Exmo cam presented by Plaza Tire Service, the muscles, the skin, the torque.
You see a pitcher throw without a shirt on, you would almost be shocked.
Base hit by Stavanoa into right center.
You say that the body just can't do what you ask it to do with it. You know, a pitcher throwing a ball over its
Chrysler Fox tracks here.
Ball out away from him, it's up, and nice little swing. Just trying to make contact, and Stavanoa, the chief pinch hitter for the Cardinals, leads the major leagues with 10 pinch hits. And when he's gotten times like today where he's had a chance to play, he usually contributes a base hit on top of it.
Isn't it amazing, though, guys like Nolan Ryan that pitched as long as they did and did not have arm injuries, or at least they didn't let on that they did.
Freak of nature. I mean, and I mean that only in the most complimentary sense, but what he did to throw as hard as he did for as long as he did It's just not supposed to happen.
Are you surprised that when young pitchers are offered, I'm saying pitchers, runner goes, hit and run on, popped up, that when young pitchers are offered a contract and it could set them up financially? Now, is it the most money that they would make if they, let's say, would go to free agency? No, but are you shocked that they don't take that money knowing what could happen on any pitch? And it's specifically with a pitcher.
Yes and no. But, I think that, as you said, you can walk across the street, be hit by a car, but the chances are you're only going to throw so many pitches. Your longevity in this game is not that long, so set yourself up as soon as you can.
I mean, a great recent example would be Mark Mulder here in St. Louis. He comes here, you're expecting great things, and it wasn't long, and he's out of the game of baseball.
In my mind, even though he won 16 that first year, and if the bullpen would have been a little more steady in his starts, he would have won 20. But I think he was hurt when he got here. He never did throw with the velocity that he did in Oakland. So your ego gets part of it. But, it should be a two-way street. All clubs trying to be fair with you, and you should be fair with them also.
1 ball and 2 strikes on LaRue. How to play again.
Dan, I'm going to tell you, I don't know if I've ever told you this story, but of course it was a lot different when I played before the multi-year contracts. And so, I saw before multi-year contracts, I saw with multi-year contracts, but 19 years of age and went down in the Dominican Republic. I went with Jim Campanis to get to get a shot in his elbow, cortisone shot. It looked so painful. I said, I'm never going to have an arm injury. And in so many ways, I just think that, I willed myself not to get hurt. We did not really think of long term because you had to pitch this year to get a contract for next year. And you just said, back then, you learned to deal with soreness, not pain, not injury. Where a lot of guys are so preoccupied, so worried about missing that payday. I think the minute that arm hurts, they back off. And of course, ball clubs now, with the financial commitment they have to players, they're going to be very cautious also. But it's created this culture that the first time you have any little pain or discomfort, you shut it down. Where the fun for me was to learn how to pitch when I had the discomfort, I had a job to do, and then I didn't ever think about my arm hurting. I just had a job to do, and the responsibility was that I had to pitch every day or be ready to pitch every day.
To me, it's almost like when you have that #1 overall pick and you're saying to yourself, well, I like this guy a lot. Now I've got to convince my owner to write a huge check, and we hope it all works out. I mean, it's a gamble.
And other sports, you really have the colleges as the minor leagues.
Runner goes. There's a fly ball into right field. Throw back into first. And safe is Stabenoa. I want to remind folks that Friday is Bush Bash, and it's also the Braccabrella night as Suppan will hit. Jack Clark will be signing autographs out in the Ford Plaza on Friday night. And it's the Braccabrella giveaway as well. We've got a half-price night tomorrow as Milwaukee will be in town for the first of 4. Busy 4th of July weekend. Weather should be ideal. Half-price night tomorrow. Braccabrella night on Friday. Budweiser Cooley Cup on Saturday and a family Sunday. So come on out to the ballpark. Suppan gets it down. Only play is to go to first base. Sacrifice is good. 1-4. Have you thought of Enright so far? Not too shabby.
He's held his own. Now it is only in the 4th inning. It seems like we've already been here for quite a while. That's the beauty of baseball. There's no clock.
2 outs and a runner at second for Brendan Ryan, who flied out to right his first time up. One game here in the bottom of the 4th. 2 outs. Go ahead run at second base. Check swing. Did he go? Yes, he did. 1-1. First base umpire is Jeff Kellogg. There's a look at Jeff. Angel Campos is our home plate umpire. Mark Carlson at second, and Larry Vanover is over at third. And that'll get away. Stabanoa to third base.
Pass ball there is Snyder just flat out misses it. Got to concentrate all the time at that catching position, and just kind of took that one for granted and goes off his glove. Very catchable ball. And in a 1-1 game, that could be very big.
Outfield is straight away. Ryan spinning away.
Breaking ball that didn't pull down on. Brandon's still valuable when he hitting just over 200 with his defense.
The 3-1 pitch. Right on it. Fouled it back.
He's throwing a lot more fastballs than what we thought he would, right?
Change-ups, we heard.
Haven't seen a lot of them. But, maybe Brendan Ryan would be a good candidate to throw one. He is hitting on a 3-1 count.
Now 3-2. Very slow pace to our ball game here this afternoon, but no better place to be with the sunshine out. Temperature's ideal. Cardinals looking for a sweep. A 3-2 pitch. Out of play. Snyder climbing the fencing there near that green seats area. Look at this.
Oh yeah, trying to make up for that pass ball, but a little overkill. He's a big enough guy. He should have just ran through the wall.
Right through it. Made that play. Here's another 3-2 to the Cardinals shortstop today, Brendan Ryan. And he walked him. Runners at first and third.
Pretty good pitch right there. Did not go Enright's way. Mel Stottlemyre Jr.
According to Fox Tracks, presented by Chrysler, strike 3.
Pitcher's pitch. When you're going so much down the way on the corners, you're reliant on the umpire's call. Stottlemyre Jr. His dad was a good pitcher. And remember, we had Todd. Might have been the first year that Tony and Dave Duncan came over. And kind of.
I want to say that, if memory serves correct, Todd Stottlemyre signed as a free agent with Arizona after his time here.
That's what I believe. It was a free agent, and I asked about him when we were in Arizona, and they say he has his own hedge fund. Apparently doing very well. He was the first to this run of these tough-nosed pitchers that have really led by example.
I always think of Pat Henkin as well, Darryl Kyle.
Yeah, I mean, some of them have different personalities, maybe a little more aggressive, but they've all been very good teachers for the young pitchers. And as you said, whether it's Stottlemyre, Henkin, Woody Williams, Darryl Kyle, now Carpenter, Wainwright's going to emerge into that leader.
Off the end of the bat, Cardinals will strand 2. They've stranded 6 so far. Both teams have. 1-1 as we head to the 5th. Visit Mo.com to start planning your next Missouri getaway. And of course, this is Grant's Farm, home of the world famous Budweiser Clydesdales. Grant's Farm is a 281-acre home of the Bush family located south of the city of St. Louis. Great place to take your family. Your kids will love it. Grant's Farm right here in St. Louis. Come to a Cardinal game, stay over, and head to Grant's Farm. Find out more at visitmo.com.
And it's a beautiful place. It's called Grant's Farm because it was Ulysses S. Grant's breeding farm. And if you know the picket fence at Grant's Farm is made of Civil War gun barrels.
Al, I would listen to you, but I'm enthralled with what I'm seeing on the screen.
It's not quite Woodstock, but
that 70s show.
Of course, you mentioned
that must have taken you back a little bit.
No, it didn't do anything for me. But I'm still enthralled with the Grant's Farm. You ever been to the big house?
Yes, sir.
It's quite the place. A lot of history inside the Bush mansion.
Rusty Ryle is the hitter.
Got the breeding farm across the street. Got to take a look at. We'll go see the elephants. I know their new. I used to know the old elephant handler there, but they got a new one that I know.
I was at the zoo yesterday, Al.
I'm talking about Grant's Farm.
Well, I know I'm advancing your story.
Okay, you were at the zoo yesterday.
Which is also found at visitmo.com, one of our outstanding sponsors.
Very much so. And you know I'm a zoo freak.
Yes, you are. You ever see some of these shots our crew gets of these fans here at the ballpark? You know, we're always watching the field, not necessarily always our monitor. And Tom Mee is our director, always trying to find maybe an unusual shot, or as you put it, Woodstock.
Or, you know, you can always find a
Beauty of baseball.
Starfish, you always find the starfish.
First pitch is a strike.
You okay, Dan?
Focusing on the field here, Al. 0-1 pitch with 1 out.
I put my binoculars down.
I had to take my glasses off to look at the monitor just to see exactly what we were coming back to.
A lot of fans here.
1-1 pitch to Upton. Instead, time is called. First of 4 tomorrow night. Milwaukee here, Arizona. Their season will continue as they'll take on the Dodgers.
That's if this game is over.
It's been a disappointing year, no doubt, for Arizona. 30-48. 30-48.
And 18 games under 500 on the road. They're a 500 team at home.
Good pitch. Off-speed pitch by Suppan.
He's got to pull out all the tricks. And he's capable of changing speeds, pitching on the corners.
A 2-2. More consistently, both sides have not gotten that pitch right there.
It might have been up and away just slightly, but sure could have been called either way.
I wonder how deep the Cardinals can go with Suppan in this ball game today. This will be pitch number 73 on its way, and it's a walk. So the speed of Upton is back on the bases for the 3rd time. He has walked, doubled, and now another walk here in the 5th.
Always considered Jeff to be a 6-inning pitcher, even his first time around. And making his 4th start for the Cardinals, you would think that he should be able to pitch around 100 pitches.
How about a double play ball here for Soup?
Sometimes you just wonder what some of these hitters are thinking. Go up there and just walk the man. Soup doesn't walk many, and you don't swing at a fastball right down the middle of the plate.
You
don't swing at 2 fastballs in the middle of the plate. If they don't throw to first.
Jay Bruce today hit that go-ahead home run. Cap another late Reds rally. 4-3 over the Phillies Wednesday afternoon at the Great American Ballpark.
Go back to first.
Aaron Harang 6 1/3 in that ball game. And Roy Halladay made the start for the Phils.
Well, the game's changed, wouldn't it? See that little flick of the thumb from LaRue, last pitch. Used to be my favorite pitch. Knock a guy down. Now it's throw to first base. Here's a sinker away. Want a sinker that's above the belt. The ball just doesn't move when it's supposed to sink. Want the curveball. Want fastball away. Didn't want fastball in. Changeup.
1-2 pitch. Two and two.
Throw to first again.
He's leaning.
False step, and he'll pick him off as those throws have been a good location for him to slide right into the tag. Sinker away.
And there he goes. In the air. Center. Rasmus makes the catch. 2 outs. North Star Ice Cream is making this Sunday extra special with Ice Cream Sundays. It starts 2 hours prior to the game in the Ford Plaza. Music, fun, games, and don't forget, free ice cream for the kids. North Star Ice Cream Sundays here at the ballpark. Chris Young with 2 outs and a runner at first. Outfield once again very deep, as we noted earlier in the ball game. Strike one. Mentioned that on Friday we'll have our This One's For You telecast. We're looking forward to that. Chance to visit with our troops and hopefully get their mind off of things over there and let them have a little taste of home, a little Cardinal baseball.
Game time will be about 4 a.m. in Afghanistan. Really looking forward to that. Can't thank those men and women enough, and encourage you to bring signs. Maybe you have a loved one over there, just to want to show your support. Dan, I've gone on a few USO type tours, went to Bosnia, but I've been over to Italy, Sardinia, Sicily, rode to Spain with the Navy on that trip, and just seeing a little splice of home. You know, you go over there to thank the troops, and they're thanking you for coming to visit their world. It'll mean an awful lot to the men and women overseas, and we especially have some of our Missouri National Guards, the Agribusiness Development Team, the 203rd Engineer Battalion, the 205th Military Police Battalion, the 135th Military History Detachment. Theater Aviation Sustainment. It's the 11th 07th. When I was in the National Guard, it was playtime. Now, these troops are all deployed and on the front lines.
2-1 the count. Uh-oh, this is trouble out to deep left. Holiday back, he'll look up, and it's gone. It's a home run for Chris Young on a 2-1 pitch. And the Diamondbacks lead it 3-1.
His 14th home run, now 52 RBIs, and a 3-1 lead. Talk about how Suppan really has to hit location, can't throw a ball in the middle of the plate. And there he misses. Instead of being away, it's up over the middle of the plate. And this young team, they'll miss some pitches. They'll strike out in bunches, but they can hit the long ball.
So 2 outs and nobody on. Pitch sharply to third. Lopez. Low throw and the pick by Pujols. It's been a tough day in the field for Felipe, but Albert bails him out. Midway through 5, and it's 3-1. Two-run homer by Young, the difference so far in this game today. What's on tap is presented by Budweiser. Brewers and Cardinals tomorrow. 6:30 will be on the air. Brew Crew makes their way into St. Louis. We've seen them a couple times this year already. And that's a club that has disappointed many in the Central Division at 35-42. And 8 games back of St. Louis at the start of play today.
I like the second replay better than the first.
I did too.
I'm sure Kyle McClellan will agree. It's the Casey McGee walk-off home run.
Felipe Lopez was bailed out by Pujols. That low throw, that was a heck of a pick by Albert.
Well, he didn't want any part of that smash down to third on that one, but he snared it as it was going by. Olay. And then he said thank you and proceeded to throw it in the dirt, but was picked by Albert.
Two balls and a strike here on Lopez. Third baseman is in. Here's a 3-1 pitch to the third baseman today, Felipe Lopez. And he'll draw a leadoff walk. A former third baseman in St. Louis, Scott Rowland, with career home run number 300. And that was against his former team, the Philadelphia Phillies. But take a look at some of these other great players that have had milestone home runs hit against former teams. Babe Ruth and Jimmy Fox, Barry Bonds against the Pirates. Milestone home runs against their original team. Let's hope Pujols, every milestone is with the STL
That's right.
logo, top of the cap. He's closing in on 400, Al. And at his pace, knock on wood, he stays healthy.
Get it this year.
Get it this year, and who knows what he could do once he gets to 500. Now you've got Alex Rodriguez closing in on 600.
Well, Albert has Blaine Boyer starts throwing. But Albert, 384 home runs. It's the most by any player in his first 10 years in the big leagues.
18 home runs. He's driven in 57. And his average is at 313 now.
It was a week ago. It was below 300.
Every time you think that it might turn and head down to, let's say, 290 or 280, he goes on one of those patented runs and it jumps right back up to 310 or 315.
Just a handful of games. He doubled his extra base output of this month. He's in the top 5 in home runs, batting average, and RBIs.
A high fly ball into center field. Catch made by Young, and Lopez is back to first. One out, and it brings in Matt Holliday, who has a triple and an RBI today. Holliday with that triple in right center in the first inning, but since then, Enright has been pretty darn good here for Arizona.
It's 1-3, and it's a bit high for a guy that's supposed to be a control pitcher.
One out and a runner at first.
Good breaking ball.
Holliday is sitting on 11 home runs. Number 12 would look nice right about now. Tie it up at 3-3.
Line drive hitter that is just so strong that he can power the ball out of the ballpark.
But the ball he hit last night, the line drive off the wall that he wound up being thrown out at second base in.
Talking about 2 nights ago, the batting practice he had where he hit a ball completely out of the ballpark.
It was over the bullpen in left center, the Arizona Diamondbacks bullpen, over those bleachers. That is a long, long way.
And then he hit a couple balls that hit the left field stands and moved him back a foot or two.
And the one that he put a hole in the wall.
Yeah. It's the concrete wall, right? Mm-hmm. Wasn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Then proceeded to go out there and put another hole in the wall with his fist, just to prove the point that he is strong. You missed that one, didn't you?
I did not see that one. And you look at Holliday, he's just a big man, big forearms, and for being a big guy, he runs pretty well too.
He runs pretty well. Very good athlete. Talk about his days as a football player.
1-1 pitch outside. Neither pitcher today has been overly aggressive inside the strike zone.
Well, that was one of the things we were told about Enright, is he had good control, but he didn't throw hard. So you come up here and you expect him to, especially in his major league debut, to kind of pick a little bit, not be real aggressive. And if he's not careful, he's not going to stick around long enough to qualify for the win. How about his traditionally a slow starter? It hit average wise, he's kind of always been right there around 300. But you can see the home runs and RBIs are picking up here as the calendar turned to June. And normally this is where he goes on a tear.
Looks at a ball 4. On base for the second time. And let's see if Colby can't do some damage.
You'd like to see him qualify for the win, but A.J. Hinch's job may be in jeopardy. I think it's more important for them to win and to get a win for a rookie.
We had the decision with the lefty Dontrell Willis in game 2 with the bases loaded, nobody out against Wainwright, to lift him in the game and stayed with him. Move that did not pay off.
And it showed him confidence, and then he had to remove him the next inning, and they didn't score. That as Wainwright, with the bases loaded, nobody out, held tough and shut him down, and then the Cardinals end up winning 8-0.
Colby was showing bunt, and he's 0 for 2 today. He struck out, also popped out. On that pitch, 1 ball, 1 strike, and I'm sure you're like me. You want to see Colby swing the bat the way that he is driving the ball here in the month of June.
Yeah, no doubt about it. He has 9 home runs this month, but sometimes young hitters get a little bit too home run happy. They get a few of them, and then they try to pull off pitches trying to hit that home run, and go back and try to have that sound fundamental of hitting the ball up the middle. Hit the ball hard.
1-1 pitch. Taken high and outside, 2-1.
I don't know if you've noticed, but Alan Craig, who was last year's minor league player of the year, broke with the Cardinals out of spring training, but got very limited at bats. Needed to go back to AAA, and he's been on a tear. He's got 35 RBIs this
I saw
month.
that. Yeah.
Hit about 7 home runs, hit 320, 35 RBIs in a month. I don't care what level. They're stinging the ball.
2-1 pitch. And he was one of 5 Cardinals this year to make their major league debut. Alan Craig back on April 8th. Brian Anderson immediately on the 15th. And then we saw John Jay, Fernando Salas, most recently on May 29th, Adam Ottavino. So 5 of them.
Scalzo, you see where he broke his collarbone, hairline fracture of the collarbone, but I think he'll be back in about a month.
Colby lead on that swing and a strikeout. He's 0 for 3 on the day.
This is what I'm talking about. All of a sudden, he cut down on his strikeouts. Then he went on this little home run binge, and then you always worry about a young hitter hitting a bunch of home runs in a row, and you can see now the strikeouts are piling up again. You just wonder if that's a byproduct of trying to hit the long ball.
Up to Stabenoa. He has a single today. 1 for 2. He's also grounded out to short.
He's done a nice job in his limited role, hasn't he?
Sure has.
Leads the major leagues with 10 pinch hits, and he's hitting .288 overall.
Two outs, 2 on. The first to Stabenoa. I love the fact when he's in there, he doesn't get cheated. He'll come off the bench cold, and he's up there hacking, which out of a pinch hitter, you want to see a guy be aggressive.
That's it. You can only, it's such a tough job coming off the bench and pinch hitting. He's done that very well, but the only time you can criticize that hitter is if he's not swinging.
In the air, out to shallow center field. Young makes the catch, and we played 5. Arizona on top, 3-1. Lumiere Casino. Every time the Cards win, the next day get a free buffet with a purchase of one at the kitchen at Lumiere Place. Visit My Choice for details. By AT&T, find out what's possible with the nation's fastest 3G network. AT&T, rethink possible. Gorgeous afternoon here in St. Louis. Suppan has given up the 2-run homer. That's the difference in the game to Chris Young to make it 3-1. And Arizona has 6 hits against Sup. Chris Snyder will lead it off. Underway here in the 6th.
Cardinals have stranded 8 in this ball game. Arizona 6.
Cardinals receive good news on Carpenter. He will not miss a start. Doesn't expect to miss a start. Cardinals could ill afford to have him miss any starts. 1-1 pitch.
And we'll see now with if they're comfortable enough going back to 12 pitchers. I think Ottavino may be in jeopardy there. What happened to the quicker pace games?
Well, apparently that's not going to happen today.
Well, make these guys stay in the batter's box and call strikes.
Isn't that the number one thing, though, Al? At least in my mind, it is. Call strikes.
Yes. You know, the strike zone has been so condensed. Guys hanging out over the plate because they feel like pitchers, one, will not pitch inside, but that's a byproduct of umpires not calling strikes inside.
That's pulled foul.
I'm watching Snyder take all this time, but I mean, there are Cardinal players that are just as guilty. I remember at one time that you know, once you entered that batter's box, you were not allowed to leave until you asked permission from an umpire.
Just got a piece.
Now they just spend more time out of the batter's box just to collect their thoughts, get ready. And that Velcro is a lot tight. You know, I mean, it's, once you tighten it, it stays tight.
Two. Base hit. Again, a situation where Brendan Ryan was placed in the hole, and a base hit left side of the infield and up the middle. Which 1-2 ace combo was the best in the early 2000s, and we have decided Schilling Johnson. Our fans that have voted today, U.S. Cellular text poll. And we agree.
Couldn't go wrong with any. But you're right about Brendan Ryan defensively was placed so far in the hole. If he's at normal shortstop depth, you know, he makes that play. And Danny Herron's going to pinch hit. So Enright, if the bullpen holds, and that's a real big question mark.
Collectively, their ERA over 7. Could be 2. Out at second. Out at first. Double play. Pujols is so good at that, Al. We've seen it. The ball's hit to him on a double play like this. And the throw where second baseman or shortstop situate themselves, and more times than not, depending if it's a shift, shortstop will put himself on the inner half of the bag, and Pujols hits him right in the numbers.
Albert has great confidence in his throwing ability. We don't talk about the issue with his elbow anymore, and but even when he had the elbow problems, he always had great confidence in his throwing ability. And there you see Danny Herron. He's got a 7-game hitting streak going on here, and batting .435, and we saw him extend that hitting streak with a home run in this series. And if you're going to hit .435, you've got to have some multi-hit games in that bunch, don't you?
7-game hitting streak, and he's turning into a regular Micah Owings.
Might even be better. Maybe not quite as much power as Micah Owings, but a much better hitter.
Yeah, the Reds finally started just listing him as a guy that could come in and pinch hit on their scorecards, more so than just
a pitcher.
Yeah. Two balls, two strikes. And where is that pitch?
Hitting streak is intact. It was down and away. But wow, pitching very, very carefully to Danny Herron.
Didn't miss by much. So a 2-out walk to Herron. Remember, Danny homered off at Chris Carpenter in game 1 of the series. Now it's Stephen Drew back to the top of the lineup. 2 outs and a runner at first base.
One for 3 he's playing his first game in this 3-game series. He's had a bad knee, kept him out the first 2 games.
If you're in the Champions Club, you're getting your money's worth today.
You always get your money's worth there. And there's Boggs, who
good point, Al.
begins throwing.
Let me put it this way, and then some.
Now I understand where you're going. Yeah, no 7th inning stoppage.
No. And Drew now is getting a little frustrated behind the plate with some of these calls.
He could stop off at the Champions Club and relax a little bit more. Take care of whatever ails you.
Get Ricky over here.
You're going to test your own theory, right?
2-1 the count on Stephen Drew. Single, grounded out. He's also flied out. 3-1. Arizona. We'll slice this down the left field line. Out of play. And a nice play made there by a fan. Feeling no pain. Enright and Suppan at 101 apiece.
Well, we know Enright's afternoon is through. He's the pitcher of record, has a chance to win his first major league game if his bullpen will hold off the hard charging Cardinals.
2-2.
It's the longest outing for Suppan. His 4 starts with the Redbirds. They would love to see him get through this 6th inning.
A 3-2 pitch. Instead, Suppan stepped off the rubber, and Pujols was getting in behind Danny Herron, maybe for a pickoff.
Right.
Gets him to reach. Little bloop. Schumacher won't get it. Drew will take the turn around first base. He'll stop there. First and third with 2 outs. So instead of getting the called third strike on Danny Herron, inning extended, and Drew the bloop base hit.
That's it, blue base hit. Danny Herron running on the pitch, just glides over to third. Already trailing by 2. Only appears to let Jeff stay in this game. Let's have Boggs ready if needed.
Rusty Ryle will be the hitter. He's flied out, grounded out, and struck out.
Pretty much you expect about Jeff. 6 innings, 3 runs allowed.
Upstairs, taken for a ball. Arizona with a run in the second and 2 in the 5th. That was the 2-run homer by Young that broke open a 1-1 game.
Last batter Suppan will face is at the plate. Get that feeling?
Yes.
In this game or this inning? What was your thoughts again on the Champions Club?
Alva's ready to head over. That's it out of play. So again, 2 strikes on the hitter. Let's see if Soup can't put him away. Rubs up the baseball. Ryle is the second batter in this lineup for Arizona. First and third, 2 outs.
Didn't get that call. Sure, LaRue is talking. Jeff breaking balls a little bit high, tries to pull it down, but I mean, there's another one that could have gone either way. It went against the Cardinals. It's a hanging breaking ball that usually is crushed.
Out in front, pulls it foul. Runners in scoring position. How about that? Arizona 0 for 10. Cardinals 0 for 6.
Mentioned the Cardinals have stranded 8 through 5 innings. Suppan's hoping that Arizona strands 8 and 6.
How about that? A total of 14 already. So this is an important pitch. They want to talk it over here on 2-2. Base hit into right. Runner will stop at second base. That makes it 4-1 Arizona. Herron scores the 4th run.
Rusin come out here. He's already made the call to the box. He's coming out of the bullpen. So Jeff Suppan can't get through the 6th inning. 9 hits, and our Chevy called to the bullpen. Mitchell Boggs will be coming in, trying to get the final out of the 6th inning. The Arizona leads 4-1. Arizona has a 4-1 lead. They've knocked out Supon. Mitchell Boggs will be coming in here. As you see the train, that looks like at the zoo. And Mitchell Boggs, he had his career best 10 consecutive scoreless appearances snapped last Friday in Kansas City. So he started another one in his last outing and pitched Sunday, appearing for the 30th time. ERA under 3. He's only allowed 5 of 13 previous inherited runners to score. And what is Blake Hawksworth doing in there now that he's a starter? He'll be starting tomorrow against Milwaukee as they come in for a 4-game set.
The Cardinals, Al, against these rookie starters this year, and this includes today with Enright, they're hitting a total of 220. 220 against Leak, LeCure, Montesterios, and Enright. 4 rookies.
Only 4 hits allowed. And today, Enright held the Cardinals to only 4 hits. He also walked 4. But they could only get that Matt Holliday RBI base hit back in the first. They've stranded 8.
Grounder to second. Midway through 6, Arizona adds to their lead. It's 4-1. Chevy called to the bullpen, and it's Blaine Boyer. We saw him, the right-hander, former Cardinal. 9 home games, he's 1-1. And at one point this year, he was designated for assignment, then outrighted to Reno. Prior to that, he had an ERA over 10. So collectively, his ERA is 5.73, and opponents hitting above 300 against him.
Pitched very well at AAA Reno, and then he's pitched better since coming back up. Recorded his first hold on Sunday with a scoreless inning. There's the Hara, who's playing left field now as part of the double switch. Remember, Blaine Boyer was put on assignment, and the Cardinals picked him up from Atlanta last season. Had marginal success. His best game was his last game as a Cardinal, and then they put him on waivers, and Arizona picked him up after he pitched so well. Had a big strikeout game in an extended relief outing, and was throwing the ball in the upper 90s.
Here's Jason LaRue.
Very good friends with Wainwright, as they're both from Georgia.
Former roommates in the minor leagues.
Roommates, and I think they were in each other's wedding parties. Andy Wynn is on deck, so Boggs got his only man.
You know, this is a situation, 8th time already here in the first half of the season where the Cardinals could have a 3-game sweep. Previous 7, they haven't been able to do it.
It's hard to believe, isn't it?
Yeah, at least once you would think.
And there's plenty of time in this game to come back against this very explosive Arizona bullpen. You have a combined 7+ ERA. You don't take anything for granted. Cardinals won the first game of the series in an unusual fashion. There's what we're talking about. Highest ERA, bullpen ERA in the National League.
Over 7. Ground ball hit to short on a 3-1 pitch. 1 away. 6, a serious number. When the Cardinals score 6, you get a 20-ounce coffee, fountain, or frozen drink for just a quarter the next day at On the Run at Mobile. Win or lose, Cardinals score 6. You score 25-cent drinks at On the Run.
Fox going to hit for himself, playing with that short bench. Ludwig may be available, and that may be not etched in stone either, to pinch hit or do something. Might use him in a scenario with 2 outs where he wouldn't necessarily have to run. So Boggs is going to hit for himself and stay in.
Oh, 2.
Tony electing to carry an extra pitcher to cover themselves at the expense of situations like this, where you have to have a pitcher hit for himself when you're trailing. I don't agree with that. And I'm sure that will change now that they found out that Carpenter will make his next start.
Two and two. Two away.
These players are disappointed it's not 15 or 20 degrees warmer.
No doubt. See, there goes Tommy again, finding fans of all ages.
I think this game's, is that the only one that has been put to sleep by this game?
Ball 1-2. Brendan Ryan with 2 outs.
He might get 6 innings in before 3 hours.
As you said earlier, though, Al, it's the beauty of baseball.
Oh.
2-0. Hey, where would you rather be? We could be stuck in an office. Instead, we're in our office, which is here at Busch Stadium on a gorgeous afternoon.
You really like me to answer that?
2-1. I'm sure you'd like to be over at the Ballpark Saloon. And you've got a fundraiser coming up, don't you?
Yeah, it's kind of appropriate with what we're doing Friday night, but
Little Patriots.
Little Patriots embraced.
Base hit for Brendan Ryan.
I wonder if he didn't dive, and we might have been in a better position to field the ball on one hop and then throw out Brendan. But as Ojeda dives for that ball, then it took too much time for him to get to his feet, scramble after it. But Little Patriots embrace. They help out the families that are back here, deployed men and women overseas, and really try. We got a little Military Appreciation Day at the Ballpark Saloon on Saturday. Got a lot of people from Fort Leonard Wood and Scott Air Force Base. Shows of those families that appreciate what their loved ones are doing for us overseas, and gonna have some auction items, silent auction items, raffles, but just a lot of fun time there. Those kids are all invited before the game.
Runner goes, and a stolen base for Brendan Ryan.
Tremendous jump, and Brendan Ryan gets such a good jump off of Blaine Boyer that Steiner has no chance. Now he's out to talk to him. And Dan, I know you love these matinee affairs that played with such brisk pace.
I do think the players enjoy day baseball.
Well, the getaway days,
no doubt.
So Arizona's thankful they can get back home a little easier and quicker.
1-1 pitch here to Schumacher.
Quicker.
With 2 outs and a runner at second. Skip shoots one foul. Big Dog, you never hear a word from him about anything, do you?
No.
Very pleased.
He just...
He may have an opinion, but boy, does he just keep it to himself. And with the new stadium and the way that it's configured, it's great that he has a chance to interact with us between innings and before and after the game.
I just think he was going to have that little cubicle for his camera and well, and wouldn't be able to converse with you, Dan.
That's great. Every night here at Busch Stadium, a chance to chat with him. Big Dog to my left, Al to my right. What else do you need?
You're in trouble.
2-2 pitch. Foul back again at 98 from Boyer. It was never a question of a guy that had a live arm. Boyer always had that. Just trying to put it all together.
Yeah, it just was mentioned when he got sent back out. He puts up sterling numbers at AAA and comes up here and kind of you fall in love with his arm, but you just can't put the thing together to where he's reliable.
Two. Base hit into left. Parra comes up firing, and they'll hold up Brendan Ryan.
Well, but Brendan Ryan really ran the base, ran around the third base bag, was going to come home and score, and Kendall held him up, and I think with good cause. He's always going to be aggressive, but Parra was just put out there. He's got a pretty strong throwing arm. He charges aggressively, and that stops him here with 2 outs.
Crowd today of 36,962. Felipe Lopez representing the tying run, hitting .391 with runners in scoring position.
Felipe came in this afternoon with .455 average this year against Arizona. It's over .360 in his career. Cardinals actually have 6 batters that have batted over .300 against Arizona. They have 6 hits, but only 1 run here this afternoon.
One ball, 1 strike.
And if it was about 20 degrees hotter here, I think you were suffering from heat stroke. Now I'm trying to worry, is it just boredom, or?
As I put the sunglasses down by the end of my nose, you can see a little bit better as a runner goes from first.
Well, things, second stolen base this inning, and what, the fourth stolen base for the Cardinals this game?
One-two pitch, taken low and away. Base hit could make this game awfully interesting down the stretch. Tapped foul.
Warriors throwing 26 pitches. Tied the first two men, and now a pair of base hits. Both of them stole the base, find themselves in scoring position. Base hit. Tommy plates two.
Here we are in the bottom of the sixth, and we have still not had a 1-2-3 inning yet for either side.
Gutierrez, right-hander, warming up behind Boyer.
2-2 to Felipe. Out of play.
Do it again. I thought I was kidding when I said maybe we'll get through 6 innings under 3 hours.
Hey, that's the way it goes. Sometimes you get the quick ones, 2 hours, and sometimes you get the ones that are like the Yankees Red Sox, 3.5, 4 hours. 2-2 pitch. Full count. You've got Pujols on deck.
Brown trying to come alive. And Felipe trying to give a souvenir to every fan in the stands.
See, with a full count, 500 average, couple of home runs, and 9 walks. Good discipline.
Let's say the league average was 234.
Yes, sir.
Always interesting to see what the league average is.
They come alive here on a 3-2 pitch. He walked him. Bases loaded for Pujols. On their feet now here at Busch Stadium.
Grand slams. Kudos to our crew for how much they're into this game. They're on their toes. And now we'll have a pitching change. going to go out and talk to Boyer. I don't. Bases loaded. Hadn't made a call yet, but I don't know. And maybe he's not, but home plate umpire now is going to go out, force the issue. Now he'll signal to the bullpen.
Bases loaded, and Albert Pujols coming up when we come back. Diamondbacks, his 28th appearance, very high ERA of 7.71, and opponents hitting just a shade below 300 against him. Arizona 4-9-1, the Cardinals 1-6-1, and one of the most exciting at bats of the afternoon is upcoming. We've got the bases loaded, and the slugger Albert Pujols, 2 outs, runners in scoring position. A .458 batting mark, couple of home runs, 17 RBIs, and 19 walks. Welcome to the ball game, Mr. Gutierrez. Game on the line. Brendan Ryan had the infield hit. Schumacher would reach. Walk to Felipe Lopez. They're loaded up for Pujols. Fans on their feet here at Busch Stadium.
How about those 11 career grand slams, over a 400 average with the bases loaded in his career. And Gutierrez is flip a coin. Last 15 outings have been scored upon on 7 times. He's 0-4, 1 save, ERA over 10 on the road. Good luck.
Breaking ball and a strike. Pujols today has singled, scored a run on a triple by Matt Holliday, reached on an error, stole a base in the 3rd, and also flied out to center.
Lopez a little bad whack today on that one. He dove back into first base.
The 1-1 pitch. A 2-1 pitch.
Get out of play.
The 2-2.
Two outs.
This very well could be your ball game right here.
Right. We have the confidence to throw a slider, breaking ball here.
Hit on the ground is short. Drew up with it. Makes the play. Cardinals strand the bases loaded. We head to the 7th. It's 4-1. For the 7th rolls in. Cardinals miss a golden opportunity with the bases loaded and Pujols up. And now here it's LaRoche. First pitch is a base hit into right. And that's how we start the 7th inning of play.
Cardinals have now stranded 11.
Look at our box tracks, and it's presented by the Casino Queen. Pitch that's up and a base hit into right. Chris Young will be the hitter with a runner at first base. Big home run in the 5th. His 14th of the year. In fact, it's our Hardy's prime cut of the game. The home run off of Jeff Suppan on a pitch that was up. Broke open a 1-1 game. 1 ball, 1 strike. Second inning of work for Mitchell Boggs.
It's that 2-run home run in the 5th, and they added 1 more in the 6th. Arizona has 10 hits. They've stranded 8. Cardinals have only 6 hits and have stranded 11.
And that's a strikeout of Young.
breaking ball and gets him to chase it.
And now he needs a double play off the bat of Reynolds. Always a strikeout candidate. First pitch is fouled back in on the hands of Reynolds. But today is singled, popped out, and grounded out. One pitch.
Astros beat Milwaukee 5-1. The Brewers will be winging their way into St. Louis for a 4-game series.
Last pitch looked pretty good. It was called a ball.
Pirates shut out the Cubbies 2-0.
Another delivery by Boggs.
Another good pitch up and in.
2-2.
It's 2-2. It's 2-2 count.
Swing and a miss, and a strikeout for Boggs, 2 in a row. Sinking action on a 97-mile-an-hour pitch.
Snyder 3 for 3 in this game. Got his average up to 240.
First pitch is strike. One and one. And now we have a rundown. Pujols missed the tag.
Albert closed the gap a little too soon, and he went around him. Roche. Boggs did the right thing. You stand there, and when they say step off, steps off. He tried to close the gap, and then Albert got a little too close. And tried to say he went out of the baseline in an effort to go around him. One of the most exciting plays we've had today.
One and two. I'm going to start seeing the mad side of the mad Hungarian pretty soon.
You know, Dan, I write a winning script every afternoon, every night, and this is not the way I envisioned this game going.
Now, when I first started games with you way back when, you said you would stay around all night
for a win,
for a Cardinal win.
And I have a feeling I'm going to stay here for at least 9 innings. If it goes into extra innings, I'm going to stay here for the end of it, of this Cardinal victory. I got news for you. As bored as you are too staying with me.
Oh, I'm not bored. Anytime you can be at a Major League Baseball game, you have to love it. I love it. 3 and 2. Beautiful day, like we said.
We'll talk in the break.
Foul back and a good cut. Never get bored a baseball game. Now you'd like to see the pace picked up a little bit.
Now we're talking.
Wolf and Hawksworth tomorrow will come your way at 6:30. Got him. Strikes out the side, and it's time to stretch. Midway through 7, it's 4-1. Nice winner in the Hyundai long drive inning sweepstakes. The Cardinals hit a home run. Kimberly will qualify for the Hyundai Sonata drawing in September. If you'd like to register, all you have to do is visit a St. Louis area Hyundai dealer.
And I got my battery recharged. We're going to start to come back right now this inning, and Holiday will be a big part of it. Cardinals only 6 hits, but they've stranded 11. We're in their bullpen. Been a while since Holiday's hit a home run, hasn't it?
Yes, it has. He's in that toward streak for a while. Hits it sharply to third. Reynolds comes up with a beauty. It's the second fine play he's made in this series down there at the hot corner. Home Depot doing more on defense. Play here by Reynolds.
Hard shot right there, falls to his knees, comes up, slings the ball over to the Roach.
Remember the play he made last night from his knees. Strong throw.
Kobe 0 for 3, a pair of strikeouts. That was against the starter. Gutierrez is retired. Albert, now Holiday, trying to go through the heart of the order. Bullpen collective ERA over 7. Well, the Cardinals definitely not out of this game. We were in Arizona when Chad Qualls was still the closer with an ERA closer to 8. Since been removed from that role.
And it's a walk to Colby.
There's a start. Jack Walls pitched well last night. He had a 1-2-3 inning. Something we haven't been able to say in this game, isn't it? 1-2-3 inning.
Not yet.
Boggs was close last inning with a leadoff base hit and struck out the side.
And a strike.
Stavino, a pair of pinch hit home runs this year. We hit the home run off of Trevor Hoffman and pinch hit home run up in Milwaukee. And we kind of thought that he took the ball off his shoe tops, a breaking ball or off speed pitch. He kind of has that natural swing where that back leg collapses anyway. So it looks like he's just hitting everything from his knees.
One out and a runner at first. And an 0-2 pitch. Runner goes. Swung on and missed. Throw to second. Not in time. Stavinoa strikes out for out number 2 and a steal for Colby. That's number 10 for him. And that's strike 1.
Really appearing in his 20th ball game, and he's making his 11th start this season. 5 hits this season, but 4 of them have been against Cincinnati.
One ball, one strike with 2 outs and a runner at second base.
Jason has backed up Molina 3 straight years now. He's 36 years of age. He's the oldest position player on the team.
Check swing. Did not go. Two pitch on its way.
Again, another 3-2 pitch.
3-2. We'll do it again.
Yeah, throw that ball out.
Randy Wynn has moved to the on-deck circle if LaRue can extend the inning. The 3-2 pitch. Foul.
Trevor Miller thrown in the Cardinal bullpen in case LaRue can extend it to the pinch hitter, Randy Wynn.
Base hit into right. Here comes Colby. He'll score to make it 4-2.
Just peck away. Fourth RBI for Jason LaRue. And now Randy Wynn will pinch hit. Let's take a look. Did he get it off the end of the bat? Right off the end of the bat. 3-2, but he wanted to protect the strike zone. Kobe at great speed comes around with a second Cardinal run. It's 4-2 now, and Jason LaRue drives in Kobe. Randy represents the tying run at home plate.
First pitch catches the outside corner for a strike. RBI for LaRue. Fourth on the year.
Those are combining his New York numbers, as Randy has been a much better hitter with the Cardinals, batting .283 with St. Louis, 5 doubles.
This is the first time the Cardinals have stolen 5 bases in a game since they were at Florida the 2005 season. Hit out of play.
It's almost been at the 5 steals, only 1 throw to second. Cardinals are going to win this ball game. There's no doubt in my mind. It's just if it ends.
Little bouncer hit to second. Cardinals pick up a run here in the bottom of the 7th. They cut the lead to 4-2 in favor of Arizona. Redbirds. And Trevor Miller, the Cardinals lefty, will take over for St. Louis.
He had his 7-game scoreless streak snapped on Monday night. So we'll try and restart that. Appearing for the 29th time. He was busy last season. Remarkable year is he allowed runs in just 8 of his 70 games and won a career high 4 games. So let's make him be our winning pitcher this year, or this game. Go up a. How about playing 8.5 innings today?
Augie Ojeda will be the hitter. Ojeda, Para, and then Drew. Ojeda, switch hitter. He's popped out, bounced into a fielder's choice, and also grounded out. Grounds back to Trevor Miller. Steps in, throws, and makes the play. And quickly one out.
Parr came in part of the double switch. He's a left-handed hitter, so that works in the favors. There you see Chad Qualls. Did have, as I said, a good inning yesterday. His ERA is over 8.5. He was their closer. He's been demoted.
Parra came in midway through this game. He's known for his defense. 2 balls, no strikes, and a right-hander starting to throw for the Cardinals in the pen.
It's Kyle McClellan.
Parra hitting .259 this year, couple of home runs, and he's driven in 14. 2-1.
Started the first 2 games of this series.
Stephen Drew that hits from the left side, so Miller would at least face him. And after that, it's the pitcher spot, Gutierrez. Well, this strike zone is tight.
And maybe that's why we're going to have a 4-hour game. Part of the reason.
Here's a 3-1 pitch. Nice play. Schumacher takes a hit away. 2 down.
Hard hit ball. Skip takes a couple steps back on the edge of the outfield grass and throws him out. Scrambles to his feet. Take his time. That little crow hop real important. Get you back under control, and a very nice play by Skip.
Stephen Drew, a single twice today, grounded out, and a fly out the other 2 times. 2 for 4. Tony Abreu has moved to the on-deck circle for Arizona. 1 ball, 1 strike. Pittsburgh defeated the Cubbies 2-0. That's a final. One pitch. In the air, popped up. Brendan Ryan. Shortstop wants it. He's got it. How about that? A 1-2-3 inning for the Cardinals and Trevor Miller.
Cardinals baseball on Fox Sports Midwest is brought to you by Bud Light, the sure sign of a good time. Here we go. And by Bank of America. Cardinals banking only at Bank of America. Well, the Cardinals are poised for a come-from-behind victory as you look at that delicious fare right behind us on the Cardinal Club. They're making breakfast for this game's lasted so long. Chad Qualls will come into it. He has a 2-run lead. Chad Qualls really struggled this year. Started as their closer. ERA over 8.5. Look at that. 46 hits in 26 and a third innings. He struck out nearly a man. Then he's on top of that, he's walked 12. He's allowed 3 home runs. And opponents are batting .383 against him. Right-handed batters, .379. Lefties, .387. So here we go. Brendan Ryan's going to get things started. Well, we're going to play 8.5. 8.5, Dan.
Ryan, Schumacher, then Lopez. Anybody reaches, get into the middle of that Cardinal lineup. That means Pujols and Holiday. 4-2 Arizona. Diamondbacks with 1 in the second, 2 in the fifth, and another in the sixth. The Cardinals jumped out to a 1-0 lead and an RBI triple by Holiday. That was in the first. And an RBI by Jason LaRue in the 7th inning. Cardinals have been out hit 10-7. Redbirds, though, have stranded 12 in this ballgame.
How about this? Chad Qualls did throw a scoreless 7th inning with a hit allowed last night. But he has now allowed 11 runs, 10 earned runs on 15 hits in 4 2/3 innings for an ERA over 19 in his last 6 outings.
Say the slider isn't what it used to be. Trying to get it back. He's got a very good fastball and slider when he's right.
Well, there's a good one that Brendan laid off. Swung and missed it a couple. Hanging sliders, just sit right there and say, hit me.
Out of play.
There was a hanger there, but it was just enough inside that he couldn't center the ball.
Last time up, it was an infield base hit for Brendan Ryan. He's also walked, and he flied out to right.
He's going to start this comeback here in the 8th inning. The Cardinals have already stranded 12 in this game. And overall, both clubs have stranded 21.
Got him to reach, and it's hit out of play.
Brendan always licks that front shoulder, kind of a reminder to hold that front shoulder in. Qualls throws hard enough, but if you think you're going to get a slider, really make sure you hold that front shoulder in and try to take that ball to right.
One-two pitch. Got him to reach again, and it's popped up. For the first out here in the bottom of the 8th.
Out of control. Skip 2 for 4 this afternoon. Led the ball club last year in 3-hit games, so he is 0 for 7 against Qualls. The due factor. He's due.
And a strike at the knees. Just get somebody on in front of those big bats upcoming. And still for Arizona, ways to go in this game when you've got to go through Pujols and also Holiday. Here's a 1-1 pitch. I know it's been a long afternoon here at the ballpark, but what a gorgeous day we have had. Perfect, ideal, sitting in the seats and enjoying a little baseball.
Well, we start out about 80 degrees.
No place you'd rather be. Here's a 1-2 pitch to Schumacher. Blown away, 2-2. Inside, backs him off the plate, 3-2. Kind of pitch there, you're not going to be diving across the plate, you wouldn't assume, on your next pitch.
No, but Skip is not going to be intimidated, and he's very good at taking that. He tries a backdoor pitch, taking that to left field.
Out at third, and there's 2 away. Very important here for Qualls to get Lopez, obviously, with Pujols on deck, and then Holiday.
Felipe 0 for 2. Walked twice. Both of those the last 2 times somehow, some way get him on base for Albert.
And the first pitch, a strike at the knees.
There's Albert, and the Cardinals had their chances. Bases were loaded. Albert grounded out to short. That was back in the 6th inning.
Felipe hits it in the air to right field. You get to the point in the time of the day that sunshine can be a problem in rights.
The good and the not so good of Jeff Soup on the newest member of the Bud Norris Club, plus Plays of the Month. All that and more coming up after the game. For now, it's back to the booth and Dan and Al, guys.
All right, Jim, thank you. And with a pitching change here, Cal McClellan will come in and pitch this 9th inning. Trevor Miller went out there, but they had to make sure that Abreu was announced. And then once he was announced, McClellan brought in for relief. It's 4-2. Top of the 9th as we step aside. Kyle McClellan, and the first pitch was fouled away by Tony Abreu. 4-2 Arizona. Ninth inning rolls in.
Trevor Miller went out and started his warm-up tosses when Abreu was announced as the pinch hitter. Tony went to the bullpen, brought in McClellan. Abreu a switch hitter.
That floats in there for strike two.
256 right-handed, 219 left-handed. As the pinch hitter, he's 3 for 13 when batting from the left side.
On 1-2. Pulled foul.
Ryan Franklin is warming up so he can come in and pick up the save when the Cardinals in their bottom of the ninth. Well, we're going to tie it up, or we're going to win it in the bottom of the ninth. We'll just soon win it, right? So no save for Franklin.
Slap the other way.
Good
Colby
job.
makes the catch. Nice play.
At great speed, gets a good jump, closes ground on it. Makes this play about knee high. Shin high.
Here's Justin Upton. On base 3 times with a pair of walks and a double today. First pitch taken for a ball. One ball, one strike. Curveball in the dirt, 1-2. Excuse me, 2-1. Upton here. Then we'll see LaRoche. Kyle's come in, pumping strikes out of that bullpen for the Cardinals.
I'd like to see that.
2-2.
See, you have confidence in your ability to come in here and throw strikes. Don't have to flirt with the corners. Feel like you can throw that curveball at any time. Throw your fastball, cutter, changeup. Throw strikes. Cincinnati has already posted a victory over Philadelphia. So the Cardinals have to win this game to maintain their half-game lead.
3-2. Many a 3-2 count here this afternoon. Trevor Miller had the only 1-2-3 inning for St. Louis. Right below us.
Ball carried all around down below us, and a couple of ladies fought for it.
Tough hop for Brendan Ryan, but he makes the play.
Came up on Brendan a little bit, made it tough.
Never know what may land in those seats below us.
Yeah, there he comes up, catches it more in the midsection, traps it against his body, finds a handle, and then throws him out by half a step.
2 outs and nobody on for Adam LaRoche. Arizona with 10 base hits. St. Louis with 7. Both teams have committed an error. 4-2. First pitch taken for a ball low and away.
Nobody's going to be bragging about their ability to hit with runners in scoring position, are they?
That has been a sore spot for both these teams. Combined 21 runners left on base. 1 ball, 1 strike. Cardinals with 12. Arizona 1 for 12. The Cardinals 2 for 9. That's a strike. And it's 1-2. Cardinals will have Pujols, Holiday, and Rasmus coming up.
How about back to back to back?
Sounds good to me. Here's the 1-2. In the dirt, 2-2. Larry King, big Dodger fan, is going to retire from his show on CNN.
I thought he did.
We see him every time out at Dodger Stadium.
And how many wives have we seen him with?
We've seen him many times out there.
5 or 6 times
at Dodger Stadium. Heilman, I believe, is throwing out there in the bullpen for Arizona.
Nice change of direction there. Yeah.
Thank you. 3-2. Hit out of play. Arizona has a flight after this ball game out west, back home. They'll take on the Dodgers. Cardinals welcome in Milwaukee tomorrow on a half-price night.
LA will probably win over the Giants as they have an 8-1 lead. They're chasing San Diego, who's leading big 13-2.
Strikeout of LaRoche. He argues again for the second time today. Big bats coming up in the bottom of the ninth. Colby Rasmus, and you see the numbers, gaudy ones for Pujols, 5 for 10 with a home run. Holiday has a home run against this right-hander. Colby's seen him once, and he's walked. Albert came up with the key at bat this game. Cardinals trying to come back and had the bases loaded and grounded out to end the 7th inning. Since Valverde left, they have struggled. They've gone from the 3rd best in save percentage to 2nd worst. Jose Valverde, he was with Houston and now with Detroit, signed as a free agent.
Edelman was charged with a blown save in the loss Monday against the Cardinals. He allowed 2 inherited runners from Dan Herron in that game to to score. Remember, he started things off with that field Wainwright's bunt and threw wildly to third base. And then LaRoche had the error to allow the tying and winning runs to score.
And Heilman has been thrust into this spot. Closer with the ineffectiveness of Chad Qualls. 1-0 pitch from the righty. 2 balls, no strikes as he works from the first base side of the rubber.
And like just about everyone on their team, Heilman's had more problems on the road than at home.
Ooh, 2-1. Remember they had Bob Howery out there in their bullpen for a while. Heilman has come in, being used now as a closer. First season with Arizona, he had 6 years with the Mets. Gave up a historic home run to Yadier Molina. Game 7 of the 06 NLCS. Last year he was with Chicago. 3-1.
You just get the feeling that Albert can get on. Just the start of something good.
Pujols hits it in the air out to deep center, but that'll stay in the ballpark. 1 away. Lone year with the Cubs last year. Heilman held opponents to a .257 batting average, and he was very stingy against the lefties. .210.
This year, left-handed batters are batting under .200, and right-handed batters are batting .310.
It was Matt Holliday that had that dramatic walk-off home run against the Chicago Cubs last year, September 18th, off of Heilman. 1 ball, 1 strike. Hit it into the bullpen. Cardinals bullpen in right center.
A couple of West Coast games may end before this one does.
1-1 pitch. Inside. Here's a 2-1 pitch. Instead, Heilman steps off. You saw that shot. Shadows becoming a little bit of a factor for your third baseman, but not yet at the plate. This time of day, also the sun becomes an issue for a first baseman or right fielder.
No. That Holliday and Heilman both remember what happened September 18th.
3-1. And now you will as well as we flash back wearing that Chicago uniform. Walk-off homer for Holliday. .3-1 pitch. Good rip and foul back. Holliday as a triple and an RBI back in the first that scored Pujols from first base. Struck out in the third, walked in the fifth, and grounded out to third in the seventh. Average at .302 with 11 homers and 38 driven in.
Matt hit over .350 after the trade to the Cardinals and nearly an RBI per game.
Just got a piece. Holiday, base hit into left. Tying run will come to the plate, Colby Rasmus. We turn to our Budweiser player of the game, Chris Young, the center fielder for the Diamondbacks. His 2-run homer in the 5th broke open a 1-1 tie. Arizona added another one after that to make it 4-1, and we stand right now at 4-2. And Colby represents the tying run.
Oh, I think we may have done that a little too soon. We'll do another one.
Outfield is deep for Colby Rasmus. First pitch, a ball. Mention how stingy Heilman was against lefties last year. Very durable as well. A ton of appearances with the Cubs.
The trends carried over as lefties are only batting 197 against him this year. See how deep they are. They will not allow a ball to be hit over their head. No doubles defense.
1-0 pitch. Hit out of play. I mentioned how Heilman works from that first base side of the rubber. So with that, kind of slings the ball up there. If he starts it at a lefty, it tails back in on his hands. And they say that's one of the reasons why he's been very good against those left-handed batters.
Which they kind of give up on. Does it to get the left-hander hitters out, and the right-handers hit him over 300.
Nick Stavinoa is on deck. The 1-1 pitch. Here it comes. Very short lead at first. Holiday maybe a step and a half.
All right, so Colby hits his 10th home run of this month to tie the game, and then Stavinoa hits a home run to win the game. Is that okay with everyone?
That sounds good. Colby, a little broken bat. A floater out to left. Drops in for a hit.
Stavinoa hits a 3-run home run to win the game.
First base hit for Rasmus today to go along with a walk and a couple of strikeouts. Here's Nick Stavinoa. They've been the victim of some odd walk-off losses. They had a balk in this ball game, and that was the difference May 31st. And the Dodgers won a game there. How about the other night in Game 1? A couple of throwing errors led to 3 runs, and the Cardinals would win it.
Well, let's just see a real legitimate one with a 3-run home run.
Tying runs are on, winning run at the plate.
Stavinoa has really done a good job. No matter when he plays, he always thinks about he's in a pinch hit role.
1-0 pitch. 1 ball, 1 strike. Stavinoa grounded out to short in the 2nd inning. Singled in the 4th. A fly out to center in the 6th. And last time up in the 7th, he struck out. Aaron Miles has moved to the on-deck circle. Heilman wants the double play. Stavinoa trying to extend the game or win it.
Sure, he's hit .333 here at Busch.
Popped up into shallow right.
It's a sun field.
Catch made. So there's 2 outs. Miles the final hope. He'll pinch hit for LaRue. Then you have Cal McClellan's spot. And Yadier Molina's moved to the on-deck circle.
Well, Ludwig, he's the only man as he's still nursing that calf injury. And boy, you sure have missed his presence. Whether starting or just coming off the bench.
2 outs and 2 on. 1-0 pitch to Miles. 1 ball, 1 strike. You'll see Miles possibly work the count here and take another strike. He does not mind hitting with 2 strikes. Talked about in the past how Eckstein was one of those guys, and Miles is another one. And he'll put a little swing on it where he just keeps it in play or fights it off. This time he hits a fly ball into right. This should do it. And that's it. Arizona wins a long ball game here this afternoon. They hold on for a 4-2 win. We've got the post-game show coming up. All the highlights, the stats, and the analysis, and also a look at the Milwaukee Brewers coming to St. Louis in a half-price night tomorrow night. 4-2 our final this afternoon.